When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorium, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
That is what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone in the community. Happy New Year. And welcome to day 57 of Esper Genesis, an episode that we are calling Towards Redemption. We are sponsored, as always, by Alligator Alley Entertainment, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to a year of Esper Genesis in the year 2021, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to say more about this year, 2021, in just a minute. But before I do that, I want to thank everyone for being here, as always, and remind you about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please consider following the channel as I pop up my Esper Genesis logo, which is right there. Please make sure to follow us here on the channel. Please check our YouTube channel with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and other streams. And please consider subscribing to me over there too, please, if you don't mind doing that. It's free to do so, but it definitely makes a big difference to us because we're trying to make sure that we get up to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube as an alternative in case anything were to happen to Twitch. Not that I expect anything will, but it's just a good idea to have a little bit of a backup, just in case. 2021's been a little bit of a strange year already, you might have noticed. And so we're trying to get up to that 1,000 subscriber point where the channel can be monetized. So if you can go and do that, that would be much appreciated. !ArvTube for that. Exclamation point Arv Twitter, exclamation point Arv Tweets, I should say, is my Twitter account where you can go and enjoy what I have to say, but not anymore see what our soon-to-be previous president and coming felon has to say. So I think that's always a good thing. I'm very, at the moment, Pleased with Twitter, even though it took them way too long to do what they did, but they did it. So, hey, you know what? Tonight, I am pleased. So Twitter, you can check me out over there. You can also check out our Discord channel, !ArvCord, which is a Discord channel for the Arvanauts, well over 210 members now, where we hang out in between streams. So please come and jump on board for that as well. Website is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond and for Adventures of Middle-earth. And soon, I keep saying soon, but it is true, you'll be able to have Esper Genesis stuff over there as well. Swag for both you and things that help the channel. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 21 patrons, 187 per month. We're trying to get that up again over 200 and keep heading it north, because that is really the financial backbone of the channel and really does make a difference when we put stuff back into the channel, like the light panel I've recently gotten, the capture card I've recently gotten, stuff like that, which hopefully improves the quality of the stream. And it's also stuff which supports my writing, which is also part of this channel's infrastructure, I guess you might say. So any of that would be appreciated. And again, it can help both you and the channel. Arv Treon for that. And of course, the sub button, which several of you I saw used, including Nonstop, who was kind enough to resubscribe. Thank you, Nonstop, so much. And Elderono, who just subscribed as well. Thank you so much. Although Elderono, I don't recognize that name. So if you don't want to call yourself out as to who you are, oh my goodness. And then Lone Wolf with the resub. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Thanks for the resub, man. I appreciate it. And thank you, Echo, for all that stuff. Tier 2 as well. Dun, 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 dun. 20 months of TTRPG goodness. Thanks, Lone Wolf. Very appreciated, Lone Wolf. Hello. And hello to Mrs. Dunsel as well. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you so much to Lone Wolf. And thank you so much to Echo Alpha. And thank you to Elderono. Hello, Triffid. And thank you so much for the resub. But yes, what was I saying? Subscribe to the channel. Lets you get those custom sub badges and emotes, which you can use here, there, and everywhere across Twitches as well. Oh, is Animus Maelstrom? I figured it was somebody, because I saw that you had subscribed a number of months. A welcome person formerly known as Animus Maelstrom. So that is the deal with that. Well, you posted some stuff for me, Echo, and you're just you, that you earned kindness by virtue of being yourself. So, that was the deal with that. And the last thing I want to mention is, of course, the publishing stuff, Icarus, for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library by Alligator Alley Entertainment. That is on its way in print form. It is already in the US, just has to get out to people now. It's in the warehouse and being shipped, so, we should be getting these things, including me. I am not like sitting on a hardcover copy, believe me. I cannot wait to show it to all of you, so that'll be arriving soon. And then we've got Grayshade KS, more details about that Grayshade Kickstarter. As I mentioned, coming sometime within the next week or so. We'll start talking more about that because that is looking at like early to mid-February will be the launch date for the Grayshade Kickstarter. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, never more important than now to assert and affirm the significance of Black lives, especially in the face of an event which seemed to demonstrate that it's okay to value white lives, just not Black lives. There was a little bit of a difference between the way we treated the riot on Wednesday, the insurrection on Wednesday, and what, the peaceful protests were met with during the summer. But in any case, that's the whole point of BLM. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Extremely important as well to reach out and to reach out to others and yourself have others reach out to you if you are in need of help and assistance. We need more lights in the world, so please contribute to being a part of that. Now, a quick note on schedule. We've got Esper Genesis tonight, and then tomorrow we are going to be back with more sorcery. We've got a full night on tap of Inkle Sorcery 3, which I'm very excited about. That'll be happening tomorrow evening, starting between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern. Quick programming note, this Sunday was supposed to be Speculate, Blades in the Dark, but we have rescheduled to later in the month, basically due to some scheduling conflicts, and it will also give Brandon a chance to make sure that everything is all set on the technical side, since Brandon is going to be running production for that. So that's the deal with that. But otherwise, this week coming up is pretty set. We have pretty much locked in the rest of the month schedule-wise, so we should be all good to go. And I recently set out a Patreon newsletter, about which more in just a moment, that is going to be a part of this going forward. But tonight it is Esper Genesis, and I have something that I want to read out to everybody. But first, I'm going to bring in the amazing crew of Esper Genesis. The amazing crew of the Hyper Lance has returned to be with you. And so 3, 2, 1, and go. And you can see that they are ready. 2021 has arrived, and they are all still with us. This is not recorded from a previous year. And you can see that they are all here. And I wanted to quickly, first of all, welcome all of them. I'm going to do, of course, as usual, allow them to introduce themselves. But I asked them about this beforehand, and I asked if I might have their permission to read something, which was a statement that I made to the Patreon folks for this. As everybody I'm sure knows about, I watched in horror as the events unfolded in the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday. I obviously am an American citizen. I was born here. I have had serious issues with the way that America has conducted its affairs, but I've always thought there is an idealism that I have appreciated about the way that America conducts its affairs. And certainly yesterday was the darkest day in my lifetime that I can remember of being an American citizen. And since all of us in this particular chat are Americans, and also, as I said to them, because this campaign is beginning to feel vaguely Firefly-ish and countercultural fight the man to me, I thought that they might be okay with me reading this. And so I'm going to do that, and then I will shut up and allow themselves to introduce themselves and say anything additional they wish to say, or nothing at all, if so. And then I promise we'll put it to the side and we will get into taking out things in a galaxy far, far away. But I did think it was important to talk a little bit about, about this first. First of all, is Zach okay? Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
the video is frozen.
exactly. I have. I think I'm refraining from stopping my video because I know that messes up the whole Windows thing. But I think I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
I
no,
have
go
no
ahead and
idea
do
what
that.
just
That's
happened.
fine. That's totally fine.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Because it'll come back in,
Do I
restart it, and I can
exist?
just move things around.
Oh. Okay. Hold on.
Right now, you are grayed out.
Mhm.
Zach, that's happened to me a couple times lately, and I've had to reboot to actually get my camera working again.
All right.
I've had to have
I
it
will.
twice this
I will do that.
Try
Mac.
restarting Zoom first, just to make sure
Okay.
that's what worked for me the last time.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good call.
Bye for a few seconds.
Okay. All right, I'll start doing this then in the meantime so as to not delay too much. Exactly, Rudinell. Yeah, exactly. So here we go. As I said, this was sent out to my patrons on Thursday evening. I had planned to write a normal newsletter and update this month, and then yesterday happened. Under the circumstances, I don't think I can write my usual updates and previews, and I feel strongly that I need to say something publicly about what happened and what it might mean. I'll say much of this during my Esper Genesis session on the channel Friday evening today, but I wanted you all to hear it as well. Any luck, Zach?
Trying to pop back in and it's still not working.
Yeah,
That's
so might need to reboot. Also, when you get a chance updating Zoom, sometimes I never realize that Zoom should be updated,
Very
and then I'm like,
true.
oh wait, it's been 6 months. So
I'm on the current version. Let me see. I'll have to mess with some stuff.
okay. All right, I'll keep going while you're doing that if that's cool, Zach.
Go ahead.
So let's see. Yes. Yesterday, the United States Capitol was taken over. This is 2 days ago now. So Wednesday, the United States Capitol was taken over for several hours by an armed mob of insurrectionists incited by the current president to riot and to create chaos and disorder. 5 people now have died, many more injured, and incalculable damage was done to our position in the world and our democracy itself. And yet, despite these terrible realities, those of us in the U.S. are extremely fortunate the situation was not even worse. There are now 12 days to go before sanity begins to return to the country, as slow a process as that will surely be. But whether we can take another 12 days of this kind of stress and tension on top of the raging pandemic is an open question. And clearly those who enabled and encouraged this violence, particularly the current president, who is the most responsible, and those who failed to maintain security must be held to account. Moreover, the enormous difference between the deference and restraint shown to violent seditionists, overwhelmingly white, and the overwhelming force deployed against protesters for racial justice this past summer, and for much longer than that, historically, many of them people of color, has again laid bare the deep fault lines of racism and white privilege in the soul of America. This is not a channel that is dedicated to political discussion. I am not myself a senator or a congressional representative or an elected official. But I want to be extremely open and clear about this. The values of my channel, my writing, my teaching, my game mastering, and my music, all of which I hope reflect my own personal values, which I have developed and tried to strengthen over my lifetime, are driven by community, communication, and compassion. All three of those values were utterly assaulted and wholly rejected during Wednesday's riot. An armed mob is not a community. It is a collection of violent individuals seeking the petty and selfish satisfaction of individual desire to act out hatred and lawlessness and pathetic fantasies of vengeance. There is no communication possible with such a mob, for its members are not interested in discussion, but assertion of their own authorities and increasingly their own realities over all others. And compassion, most obviously and most chillingly, is absent in such a group. In Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, Cinna the poet is killed by a mob, incited to anger by Mark Antony at the actions of another Cinna. When he protests he is not the same Cinna, they shout that it does not matter, for they will kill him for his name. As always, the bard fundamentally understood why mobs are frightening, and why there is such a difference between peaceful protest and violent insurrection. And that difference is why, my entire life, I have sought out and attempted to build supportive communities with members who talk to and love each other, rather than just scream at one another in hatred and eventually violence. What we saw in Washington, D.C. yesterday during one of the darkest days of American history is wholly unacceptable. It must be rejected immediately, loudly, and completely. The question is how? How do we do that? By talking with each other, by supporting one another, and by creating what kind of compassionate communities founded upon a basis of equality and justice in as many spaces as we can. I have tried to do that on my channel with the support of my Patreon, and I have found that both here and elsewhere such communities are nourishing and energizing. They are far stronger than groups built on hate, longer lasting and more resilient. But they take effort to maintain and grow. So I want to be clear. My channel, my writing, my teaching, my game mastering, and my music, all the aspects of my public life, will continue to work towards the goal of bringing us together and helping our group grow larger in love and mutual respect. All of the help that my players, that my viewers, that all of us have given me and each other over the years in doing that is deeply appreciated. My respect for all of you is immense. I do not intend to focus this channel and my work solely on political issues. Over the next few weeks, I will return, depending on events, to a, quote, more normal focus on story and narrative. And I do not intend this to be discordant or jarring, perhaps not what you might have expected upon firing up an Esper Genesis stream. But I hope you will understand that I cannot watch what unfolded on Wednesday with horror and sadness and then send out a cheery, hey, how's everyone doing? Time for fun and games on a Friday without at least acknowledging, as Arudinel said earlier today, the elephant in the room. And so I wanted to thank everyone here for their support of each other, to remind all of you to be caring with each other and the people around you, to engage in actions which work towards greater justice and mutual respect, and to be motivated to help grow your own communities, however small, with those same values. I remain optimistic that better days are ahead of all of us, for all of us, and that optimism is derived in part from what I see every stream, every day, every week, every month from people on here, the viewers of this channel, the players that I am privileged and honored to play with, and the people with whom I interact on a daily basis within the writing community and elsewhere. So, thank you. Much love to all of you. I hope everyone will hang in there and recognize that we are on a path towards greater justice if we continue to build that path together. And in that spirit, I'm glad that all of you are here. And so with that, I will throw things open to the players and allow themselves to introduce themselves, and I will try to put everyone in the right order. I apologize again to lead off with what might be a downer, but I can't not talk about it when things happen. So, all right, with that said, I will start with the amazing and awesome gentleman who is, once I get this big freaking Brady Bunch method of this is going to work at some point. Come on, you can do it. Why don't you make the thing happen? There we go. All right. Yes, I did part of it. All right. I'll figure Cat out in a moment, but at least we have Johnny is right for the moment. So I will welcome everybody to Almost. We're getting there. It's happening. I will welcome everybody to Johnny Pittman, Video Store Cowboy. Johnny, while I get everything else in play, how are you doing? Yeah, I know I have clones. No, I don't have clones. How are you doing, man? How's life in the universe with you? And feel free to say anything you like or nothing at all. But it's good to see you. How you doing, man?
Doing good in this
Got it.
Mars 2020 year. So if anybody isn't aware, Mars actually takes 280 something days to get around the sun. It's quite a bit longer than the Earth. So 2020 is still going on technically, guys. That's my assumption.
Great. That makes
At
sense.
least on Mars.
It fits.
Well, I think we're in a Mars year here.
And Mars attacks. So
It's a new year. It's broadcasting from a new place.
Yeah.
You guys probably tell it's a little loud and echoey in here. I got to fix that. But things are relatively good. We just moved into a new place beginning of last month, just after the last stream of the year for Esper Genesis. Just kind of still getting settled in, getting sorted. The events of Wednesday. I'm not sure what else can be said other than there needs to be a lot more listening and a lot more of a reckoning. There are some people who need to be held accountable for what they've said, what their actions have contributed to, and we're not talking just about Trump. Trump was enabled. This is bigger than that. We need to be seeing that, and we need to be talking about that, and we need to be very, very clear about how far this actually goes. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I really have to say about it. Everybody else is probably going to have something much more interesting to say. So, I'll be playing Aramis Ashenforge Melder, who is still not drunk, by the way.
No, although I had this image of from Airplane. I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. We'll see what happens during our session today, because yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So it's good to have you here with us, Johnny. And also, Johnny, your gain's a little low. Would you, if you're able to address that slightly, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Once you switch.
While you were doing that, it's good to see you, and it is also, of course, wonderful as always to see the galaxorific experience of Cat Rambo. It's the Cat Rambo experience. Cat, it's good to see you. How are you? Happy New Year, and feel free to say again anything you like or nothing at all about that, and let us know who you're playing and all that good stuff.
Well, Happy New Year to everybody. I will say I think everybody should congratulate themselves on having made it through 2020.
Whew, yeah.
Certainly the last week as well. I don't know what to say about all of that, except that we are seeing a lot of long time fuses finally getting set off, I think. And it's just been sort of wild watching some of the cockroaches scramble to try and disassociate with themselves with things.
Yep.
All right, I actually was not going to get political. I am running Petra Sinus, a very large ashen-forged sentinel with a very large hammer with which she hits things. And I enjoy Petra because I so rarely myself get to hit things with hammers. So let's hit a lot of things tonight, Greg.
Listen, that's the plan. Big things, depending on how things go down with the Batera, as we will speak about. Just very quickly, I know you don't want to show pictures of this necessarily for spider reasons, but how is everything okay with your jumping spider? Did I miss anything?
Dina, Spider Princess. Yes, I actually have chained her. She now knows that if I put in a little cup, that it's quite likely that there will be a mealworm in it for her, and she'll come down and jump on it and then retreat with her mealworm. It's very exciting.
Oh, wow. Very cool. I'm glad to see she's doing well. I realized as I was saying that, you're going to be like, well, no, she actually died terribly. Thank you for asking. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Would have been the final 2020. Yeah, no.
Something like that.
I'm glad that she's doing well.
No, I don't want to show her. It's okay.
That's why I asked Johnny. I was like, I know I'm not saying pictures. I'm just,
Look, I'm willing to walk away for a couple minutes. So. It's all good.
Oh man.
You picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue,
To
Johnny.
stop sniffing glue. It's the wrong week. Always a pleasure to have Kat with us. Also, always a pleasure to have, of course, Carlos Hernandez with us, who has returned. And again, I will, Carlos, give you the opportunity to say anything you want or nothing, and to introduce yourself. Let us know how you're doing in the new year and who you're playing and all that stuff.
Yeah, so, my parents fled Cuba because of Fidel Castro. And, to me, like I was always brought up with this idea of how very different America is from all these other places where, governments are volatile. And when they're not volatile, they can be these dictatorships or these fascist regimes that, absolutely destroy rights and denigrate humans on a daily basis, and I think for the first time, like not even 9/11 did what Wednesday did, which was really shatter that image. I think, I mean, it's what, not since 1812
Yep.
that, the any kind of invasion of the sort has happened, and it happened from the inside. So I've been studying the 14th Amendment quite a bit, and I've been wondering, how Constitution or scholars define insurrection. And what I'm hoping is that basically this meets that criteria so that certain demagogues who will remain named Trump will never be able to hold office again. Because to me, it's just what the 4 years has been this sort of like experiment in how far you can manipulate people into believing untruth. That is simply for what you want to basically try to change reality to fit what you want. And what you want can be very specific to you. You want a Christian nation, or you want, whatever it is that you want. And how very many people have been willing to absolutely try to will reality to change based on their desires, and specifically, defining enemies and hoping those enemies are destroyed and taking that as a point of joy, and then changing reality so that it fits simply what your desires are. I am hoping that will change, that we come back to, a nation of reason and thought. Hoping.
That's well said.
I am playing Ludoku Sleepwell, who is not the best agent of reason and thought, and many times, rather willful Valna, but he does have a good heart, and unlike so many people who would think that invading our Capitol building was a good idea, is able to learn from mistakes and reason.
Yes, there is. I think that level of compassion is quite evident in Sleepwell in a way that it was not always everywhere else. That's well said. And I will also note that if you want more of that compassion, you should all go out and get Sal and Gabby Break the Universe and Sal and Gabby Fix the Universe, the second of which I just finished teaching to my daughter as part of her homeschooling this year. So we just wrapped that up, and very, very well done. And exceptionally Carlos. It's a great pleasure to be able to read a book and not only read it from the perspective of a general sense of the writing and the theme, the thematic qualities of it, but also to know the people behind it. And I've been lucky enough over the last decade or so to get to know some of the people writing this work. It's very Carlos and very, very well done. So anyway, my daughter highly approves. And also, I almost forgot to mention, and he was kind enough as well to send me these. I showed these before on stream, but these Rick Riordan branded dice that were thanks to, I still haven't quite gotten this logic, because he's like, I want to thank you for being part of this event that raised money. I'm like, yeah, but that was part of JulyCon, which I was trying to do to raise money. So like, I should have been thanking you. Like, I already thanked you, but somehow Carlos thanked us again. But anyway, I don't deserve it, is my point. But it was super grateful to him. And so we got these two awesome dice. And I don't know if you can really see it, but that's the RR symbol, the branded symbol right
You
there.
got to move over a little, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. For the
He
chat,
uses 2 different webcams.
yeah, I'm using 2 different webcams.
Oh,
That's
okay.
for
Yeah.
you folks.
He's showing it to the chat.
Yeah,
this
and
is-
that's for you.
Yeah.
That's for you folks. But it's great. So thank you. I can confirm that this does indeed roll some 20s. This one's a little softer, so this one is not, which you had mentioned might be the case. But anyway, thank you,
Right.
Carlos. Very kind of you, and it stays in a place of honor, in front of me where I can see the dice and use them. So thank you. And last but certainly not least, yeah, it's very nice, Prince Justin. Yeah, totally appropriate for this too. Last but certainly not least, of course, is the amazing and awesome Zach Clay. It is good to see you, Zach. Happy New Year to you. And same thing. Please let everyone know, who you are and who you're playing, all that. And if you have anything to say, feel free. And if you don't have anything, that's cool too.
I have not much to say about recent events. In my personal experience, I was on a 4-hour drive on Wednesday while all of this was happening, and none of us were looking at our phones.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get that same level of breaking news, watching it as it's happening, people giving talking about it. I kind of got home, and then my family was like, "Hey, they breached the Capitol," and I'm like, "I'm not surprised." And then I just went upstairs.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the point that I'm at right now. So my perspective, I'm not gonna preach to the choir and echo what you guys have said. You guys have put that what you read, Greg, was beyond anything that I could say at this moment. So thanks for that. And then the mode that I'm kind of in right now is I'm like a wide receiver that has his head down and is trying to plow through until January 20th.
Yeah.
Like, this stuff is happening and I'm seeing it, but I'm in the middle of the game. I know that there are some people that are very much in the referee or coach area that are watching it up from the outside, that are saying, this is happening, let's put these articles in, let's do this, let's do that. I'm just like, let's just get there, let's just get this over with, and then I'll turn around after the game is over and look back and be like, okay, let's heal.
Yeah.
Let's restore. So I echo everything you guys said, and I'm just hoping that when we do get to the field goal zone, is that what it's called? The end zone. I don't watch sports.
The field goal zone and field.
That it's okay.
Place.
So yeah, I'm with you guys. But yeah, Lone Wolf understands me. I'm burned out, just with my head down, trying to get to the end. Not surprised. I'm sure also because I wasn't watching it live and I haven't watched most of the video footage. Once I do eventually do that, I'll probably get as riled up. But I've saved my personal peace for the moment. I know what's happening, and I'm just like, okay, there are people out there that are with voices much farther reaching than mine that are doing the work. So I'm thankful for that. Tonight, though, on Esper Genesis, I am playing Cosmoritis, otherwise known as Starboy. Zarina will never forget you.
You gotta make that in a shirt, by the way. Like,
yes.
It's always like Starboy, Zarina will never forget. Like,
yes. I am a Bellare hunter / specialist who is extremely eager to level 20 this session. So that'll be exciting, and I'm ready to beat Esper Genesis.
I outstanding. As I say, I always am highly, approve aspirational role playing. So that's always a good thing. Yeah, and I will, very well said by everybody. And just last note that I'll make on an upbeat note is what we do in these streams, in these games, is to me a corrective to what we see out there, because it's about working together, and not only with all of you in chat, but also these 4 amazing players modeling together what a group of found family individuals can do when brought together by circumstances and held together by common purpose and care. And that, I think, is extremely important. I take gaming very seriously. It's a lot of fun, but it's deadly serious for me because it models something that I think we need much more of. And so in that spirit, let's go and kick some ass, people. In our last session, in the last session of 2020, in the last session of 2020, the crew found themselves still on the space station of Pelseros, where they were trying to figure out what it was that they had decided that they want to do next. And there are a series of things that they had to consider. Among those things were the following. Cosmeritis is dealing with the long winter, or at least one portion of the long winter, which continues to remain within his system, within his suit, and which he is still trying to manage and coordinate and figure out. And also, while he's at it, figure out how other Bellari might react to the same thing. And so Kaz is in the process of addressing those issues. Petra, in the meantime, is trying to track down her dear, dear friend, Tezora, for more information, not only about what the hell happened to Tezora when apparently she abandoned ship again, but also for more information about Petra's own origins, because there is reason to believe not only does Tezora know the way that Petra and Ashen Forge was first created, but is maybe connected directly to the ones who created Petra. And so that remains, along with the AI strangeness that continues to be a part of Petra's makeup as well. In the meantime, Ludicus Sleepwell is trying to track down his father, who has been taken and twisted by the Shadow Technocracy, while also dealing with some family struggles. For example, his sister, who showed up out of the blue, and who he's not wild about, and who he has a temporary, vague truce with-ish, sort of, but not totally, in trying to figure out what's going on and what the Valna might do in trying to track down the larger implications of the big organization I'll talk about in a moment. And last but certainly not least, the person who was a big focus of last episode and is kind of the motivating force in some ways of this one, after discussion with the Matakai Laden and Abraxas, the current ruler of Pelseros, Aramis has been decided that he wishes to redeem himself for his actions as he sees them with Bethera's butchers, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. Because of this, Aramis has been asked by Layden to encounter and deal with a creature known as a Batera. A Batera is a large lizard-like creature with 6 limbs, incredibly hardened scales, and an incredibly ancient grace. They are revered by the Matakai as being their ancient forebears, with memories that are millennia long, and yet the feeling is not mutual. The Batera view the Matakai as abominations and barely acknowledge their existence, even while the Matakai revere them. There is a trial that takes place for Matakai warriors in which they are asked to go to one of the places where the Batera live on a moon orbiting the Matakai planet, and to encounter one of those Batera and face them down. It is a Matakai ritual. Most lose to the Batera, and these losses are not, for points. This is something to the death. Some defeat them, and a very few find another path to address them, but as to whether they defeat them in combat or beat them in some other way, this is not spoken by those who return. Dealing with the Bateras and surviving will redeem Aramis for his previous involvement with Bathera's butchers, a terrible series of slaughters of the Matakai. Sleepwell, and frankly Kratos, Layden's lieutenant, disagrees with this action. Kratos, because he doesn't think Aramis deserves it, because Aramis is an off-worlder and this is a Matakai ritual. This is the first time that anyone can remember that anyone has been asked to do this ritual who was not a Matakai. But Sleepwell disagrees with it because he feels that Aramis, who tried to stop the attacks, did nothing wrong, and thinks that Aramis is insane for trying to engage in this kind of action. But Aramis says that he cannot live with himself or with the nightmares that he experiences since that time until he deals with this issue. Layden has said that Aramis's closest friends, Petra, Sleepwell, and Kaz, may go with him, and has indicated that Layden will give coordinates to the crew for the moon when the crew is ready to leave, and will accompany them, but not to the moon's surface. So will bring them to the surface of the moon, but will not accompany them when they are sent down there. As the last session concluded, Sleepwell and Kaz had left the arena in the Undercity where Layden was practicing her forms. Petra had pledged to help Aramis if she could. Aramis had made his decision, and the last little scene that we saw was Layden and Kratos looking after the very angry Sleepwell and the not as angry but still kind of, trying to keep everyone on an even keel, Kaz, as they were on their way back to the office where Aramis and Petra await. And so I'm going to fast forward. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. All of this set against the backdrop of this larger conspiracy from the shadow technocracy and from a rogue branch of the Zephyr Corporation, which is attempting to finish what they call a seasonal change project, something which is some enormous nanovirus something or other, which has the potential to bring the galaxy to its knees. The Long Winter is one component of that project, and the brother of what waits in Kaz's suit is the psychotic, insane, I will do anything I can to bring everyone else around me, which in other universes may or may not have been banned from social media platforms recently, awaits out there. And it's against that backdrop that I bring us back to the present day. Sleepwell and Kaz, you have returned, assuming both of you are going back to the office. But correct me if I'm wrong about that. But assuming that you are, then we're going to begin with meeting Aramis and Petra right outside the office of Abraxas, where the meeting is just wrapped up. And I will now leave it up to you. And it is up to the party. What would you like to do?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Kaz is going to be a few steps ahead of me because, like, I was just about to say something. He just, like, turned around and walked away from me. So I think I still have my finger in the air when we pick up the action.
Maybe. That could very. You're like, all right. So then,
Yeah, that is true.
that's fine.
But
If
yeah,
you wish, you could say
we
that.
walk, you know, I hey, guys, wait up. You know, I catch
Right.
up.
And now it's Aramis and
Just outside.
Petra.
No, just outside the office. I would say the four of you, unless there's something you only want to say to Kaz Sleepwell. I think you said a lot to each other already individually, so my inclination was to begin us right outside the office with the four of you. So
Yeah, that's good.
and so yeah, it's up to you as to what you want to do.
Well, as we're walking back, I would wait a bit so that Sleepwell could come up next to me, and I would turn to him and say, "So, what's your verdict on this? You know that now that Petra and I have agreed that we're going to help him."
I'm not gonna not help him. I just don't think anything is gonna help him because he said if I did exactly what I did, he would accept the results, and he didn't. So now he threw himself in front of another, I guess, tribune to find redemption, and it's not going to work. He's basically suicidal.
Well, to be clear, the main thing that turned me over to his perspective was the fact that he said a big impetus for him doing this is because he has nightmares, and it's because it's affecting him.
Nightmares don't go away because you do good works in the daylight.
Maybe they do. I mean, Bellari don't really have nightmares, so I wouldn't know, but...
Right, but, you know, I have nightmares. I see Wari Sleepwell getting devoured by my family. Maybe once or twice a month.
Is that story resolved for you?
Nope.
Maybe those nightmares will go away once it is.
There is no resolution. It's part of my past. You don't resolve your history. That's like fairy tale talk. You endure your history and you carry it with you. At least that's what Wari used to say.
And you change the future so it makes what happened in the past not happen?
No. What you do is you learn from your past. For
Yes.
instance, I know never to trust my sister Lamalkai, even though we are both wanting to rescue my father, because she participated in something so heinous that I will never forgive her. So I will always have that grief with me.
Yeah.
And what you do is you learn to live with your grief and turn it into productive things. You don't go on suicide missions and endanger yourself and other people, in some harebrained scheme to somehow, play the hero and try to. I don't even know what he's trying to do, to be honest.
Well, all right.
But
Well,
I'm
I
going.
think
I'm not abandoning him.
perhaps we'll learn something along the way, but I think what's the most important part is at the moment is that we're all agreeing to help him with this and seeing where it goes.
If I can ask you though, are you feeling up to it? Are you feeling okay?
Um, um well,
Like, there's also a matter of priority here. We have
oh,
it.
you
We have
mean that.
Aramis who wants to stop the nightmares, but we have you with another being inside of you who occasionally
Yeah,
takes over.
yeah,
Like, um,
it's not fun.
how are you?
Um, well, I've kind of been ignoring him. Winter, that is. Last time, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but the last time I went in to go check on him, he changed the environment from the nice, sunshiny fairy tale field to a police interrogation room and looked pretty bad. Um, so that's a thing. But yeah,
Well,
a part of me is kind of tired of having to run around the galaxy trying to fix this whole long winter thing, and then the whole shadow technocracy being all shadowy and all that. But I don't know. I think if helping Aramis, if I were to think about myself, helping Aramis with his thing will only help me if my thing also gets worse.
um,
But I more want to help Aramis just because it's something that I would want for myself too.
but how do we know, like, a fuse hasn't been lit inside of you? If it's getting worse with you, then
I think the fuse was lit as soon as he came in. But
yeah. So maybe we should be talking to people who know things to try and get that thing out of you.
yeah, um, I have to put some thought into it because it's not going to be as simple as I'd like, or as any of us would like. Um, I'm trying to remember. Let me see. Oh yeah, he gave us some information about Stormdark,
Right.
this kind of subgroup. Long Winter being a part of a several season project. Shadow Technocracy. I'm just remembering things, but yeah, I don't know. I think we should just get to the group and discuss. But
Okay.
yeah,
Let's do that. And so yeah, we sort of like meet up with them.
Okay, so you see Aramis and Petra, you having just left the office, see Sleepwell and Kaz heading down the corridor towards you. Maybe perhaps both thoughtful. I'm not sure how Sleepwell and Kaz would characterize themselves, but you can see them and are now able to speak to them if you like.
we're on board.
You're on board. All right. Both of you?
So I'm just kind of like looking sullenly, and I just nod.
Sleepwell, you don't have to do this. You do understand that, right?
And I just say, like, you're not getting rid of me, buddy.
Look, I appreciate the subtle humor in that, not so subtle, but this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. And, you know, the number of times that I have brought each of you up off the floor of the battlegrounds in order to continue fighting tells me that you need someone to heal your ass when these monster things that you've never encountered before start biting and chewing and slashing. Oh no, your doctor's gonna be there.
How many times have you gotten me into that particular situation?
Gotten you into?
How
Oh,
many
should
times
we?
has your initiative, your desire to get involved, gotten us into that situation where you're having to then make sure that we're taken care of?
Never. Excuse me.
Regardless of that, Aramis, that's not the case this time. I'm pretty sure we could all say that you walked yourself into this one.
I did walk myself into this one, me and me alone. I made that choice on my own,
And we're making a choice to help you.
and I appreciate that. But as Sleeple has indicated, he thinks that I'm causing trouble. I just want to make sure that he understands that he has every choice here.
Oh,
He has every
yeah.
choice to walk away, and that's okay.
I am going to see this through. My goal in this entire process has been to show you that you are innocent and worthy of redemption. So you bypassed me once, and now I want to see. I want to see how it ends. I'm kind of curious now. I thought we'd reach the ending, but surprise, codicil, extra chapter, twist in the plot. Can't wait to see how it ends up.
I understand that you believe that I'm innocent. I believe that I'm innocent too. All right? That doesn't mean I'm not also responsible.
It actually does. That's literally what that means. That means that you're not responsible because you're innocent. That's how it works.
Was your mentor innocent?
Well, that's an interesting question. And Sleepwell is actually thinking about that. He kind of like leans back and he's just sort of like, no. He was a conscientious objector.
Great. I understand that by the rules of your society, he was not.
He broke the
He's
law.
not enough. He may have broken the law, but does the law represent what's right?
Well, obviously not in the eyes of Rari Sweeple nor his pupil.
Great. So, is there a difference between what the rule is and what is actually right?
Yes, there is. So, if you don't participate in something and you're innocent of it, that means that morally you're right, no matter what a tribunal might say otherwise. That was where I was going to go if I needed to, but I didn't need to because you actually ended up doing nothing wrong. So you're both ethically and morally right.
Look, I actually believe your mentor was right, that he was innocent, and that the society with which you were raised in was wrong. So as you're thinking about that, let me point it out even more clearly. Just because he was in the right, just because he was doing what was right, regardless of the rule, regardless of being an outcast, being a criminal, that doesn't mean that he also wasn't responsible for his actions and understood the consequences of his actions. I am choosing the same path. I'm choosing to be responsible for not only my actions,
Wari
but the
did.
actions of others.
Wari did his things. He trained me. He embraced technology in ways that were forbidden. He did those things. You did not do the things that would warrant. I mean, this isn't even up for debate. We know now that you didn't do it.
Did he hold himself responsible for your actions?
No,
He didn't.
no, he didn't hold himself responsible.
He was your mentor, and yet he did not hold himself responsible for your beliefs and your
No.
training at all.
He absolutely did not, and nor should he have. Like, I was able to go when I wanted to. I wanted to be with him.
Okay. I think that's the wrong way to think about it, Sleepwell, but we're going to disagree here. He was responsible for your actions. He was your mentor.
Whoa. A disagreement between Aramis and Sleepwell? Who would have thought?
Luckily, Wari was a much wiser man than you, and I only wish that he could have been your mentor as well. But in the meantime, you've got me, and eventually I'll get through to you. But I won't get through to you if you die, so I have to make sure that you survive. So I'm going with you.
Doctor. Are you a doctor?
I mean, the way that I would at least call myself a field medic.
A physician.
Are Volna men?
Are what? I'm sorry?
You called him a man. Are Volna men? Or Volna something else?
He is a male of the Volna species. Oftentimes we use man in Volna culture to represent that.
I am not a man.
Okay.
Something else. Please don't call me a man.
What are you?
I'm an Ashen Forged. I don't have a gender, really. I don't have the experiences. I'm something else. I'm somebody's creation.
Johnny, you're a little low. I'm having trouble hearing you a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's try that. Is that better?
Not
a
really.
Tiny bit.
Yeah.
One more time. How about that?
All the way.
Do it
How
again.
about now?
I'm not
Not
really,
much.
No, I'm not really noticing much difference.
All right, I'm gonna eat the microphone, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm just really sorry in advance.
It's all right. Can you pull it down a bit, or is it like set?
I can pull it down, but even then, it's not gonna be.
That's weird.
Huh?
Are you sure you're using the right input?
I bet it's not, Johnny. I bet that the Zoom has got the wrong input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet that you're gonna do that. It's gonna be like, "Welcome, everybody." Like,
All right, hold on a second.
I am Aramis.
Yeah. Because I'm using that same mic, and I don't think it would sound like that, thinking about it.
Oh, you are absolutely right, guys. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll be right
That explains so much because I was like, "What?" I was like, "He's literally moving it, it's doing nothing." Yeah. So of course it wasn't quite that.
Too, because you'd say, "Is this better?" and we'd all go, "Yeah, maybe a little."
Yeah, exactly.
All right, how about now?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
look at that.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
Welcome, WKRP here.
Yes.
Do a little ASMR in the morning.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
yes.
Yeah.
What's going
I've been
on there?
missing that.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you.
I
Thank
just
you,
fell
Jesus.
asleep.
Hold on. Got to go change the adult rating. Just give me a second.
Whoa, wait. Okay. So I'm not a man. I'm not what you think even remotely comes biologically to a man. I'm just a piece of flesh that was put back together.
You are so much more than a piece of flesh. And it will take some time to make you realize it, but I'm young. I got time.
We can argue about how we all got here, but I'm literally made of stardust. And I seem to have the same mental faculties as you. You seem to have the same mental faculties mostly as someone, the thing that you were apparently made of. And even technically, the thing you're made of was also made of something else at some point. As we all are. I mean, you guys are also technically stardust. I'm just refined stardust, if you know what I mean. But,
What is refined stardust?
you're looking at it and you've been in a party with it for the last 6 months, baby.
I picked the wrong week to give up refined stardust.
Okay. I want to bring up something, a couple things, if I could. We can go do this Batera thing. I believe that's what the rite is called. We still have this whole long winter thing going on. And See, I have written here on my page of notes that I keep out at every moment, writing down everything that ever happens. The name Mikar Prasan, but I don't remember the significance of that. You guys remember? Or does the voice in my head remember what a certain Mikar Prasan is about?
Carperson.
I do not recall that name.
That might be the contact that we had to make when we were looking for the connection that I was trying to make to sell the slug,
Maybe.
Yes, I think that's right.
the slug head.
I think that's right.
Well,
Because it's
maybe
not
it
in my
was.
sort of deep notes,
Deep
so to speak.
notes. I guess so. But I thought, yeah, I guess so. All right. Well, regardless, the big question being, do we even have I forget what our next big direction with Long Winter is to head in.
Well, I think it's you. I
Yeah.
think we need to. I think we need to get that thing out of you.
I think that is our only clue, or
Well,
Yeah.
I know. I'm already forgetting his name as well. It's almost like it's been a measure of time since we've last spoken, even though it's been only a couple hours.
Oh no,
Um,
I found. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Moments.
I found
Yes.
the Makar Prasan thing. Sorry, it was even my deeper notes. It was the notes from beyond before the dawn of time.
deep notes.
Yeah. So, yes, Makar Prasan. This is a person that you would hope to be able to reach because he was basically this one who had created, if you will, the assembly code on which
Yeah.
Long Winter was built. Basically, like
He's our next.
you know, the kind of knows the. He's like
Yeah.
the doc in Next Gen, the guy who makes lore and data. I forget his name, but you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about, like that dude, the guy who makes the androids. That's who this person is, who vanished, and nobody knows exactly what they are. But his software was, according to your contacts, the people that made this software to begin with, that started the beginning in Long Winter. Yeah,
He's Mads Mikkelsen in Rogue One. He designed the Death Star.
There you
and
go.
now it's being used for a purpose
There you go.
beyond his.
yeah. My apologies. He is not. It has nothing to do with the Slughead. That was another name.
Got it.
apparently.
And were we given any sort of a lead or direction to where this person would be?
No, the only information that you had on it was that Abraxas was perfectly willing to work with you all and whoever wanted to try to track down possible leads for you. But it depended on what you wanted to pursue. The way he described it to you basically was, when you pull that, be careful when you pull that thread. Like when you start pulling the thread, you're going to have to keep unwinding because, you
Got
know,
it.
people will be aware when you start
Yeah.
doing it. So yes.
Because I say this to everyone. He's probably remaining hidden from us the same reason he's probably remaining hidden from Laris Balyadin and the Shadow Technocracy. I'm sure it would be pretty invaluable to them to have the original designer in their access. Anyway, where that puts us, I just want to present our options, and so for us to decide. Right now, we have Aramis and his right that he has to take on, and then with Long Winter, we have finding this designer. It seems to be the next step. The Petra, I'm not sure. You seem to have been on a swivel head for Tezora lately.
she's gonna turn up. She's overdue.
Mm.
Overdue to turn up, and every time she turns up, something fucked up happens. So that's what I'm waiting for.
And then Sleepwell, we have the situation with your family, your sister, and all that.
Yeah, and well, and we also have now I'm blanking. I'm so sorry. It's not Arthur. What is our
Who are you
Edward
thinking of?
the Edward Scissorhands friend of mine?
Alfred.
Alfred.
Alfred, thank
Yes,
you.
Alfred.
Yeah. Alfred has been basically decommissioned until we could get the virus out of him as
Oh,
well. And so, there's a lot of people's lives that are on hold right now until we figure out what's going on with the long winter.
Okay.
Look, I'm gonna say this right now. I didn't expect Layden to send me on this journey right away. This is something that we don't have to do. Let's actually spend some time focusing on what's inside of you, Kaz. That really, to me, makes the most sense.
All right. Well, so reminding us about Alfred again, maybe the priority for this long winter mission, if that's what we're doing, is to find this guy and bring both myself and Alfred before him to, at the very least, remove this thing from us and then give us a direction for how to, the whole goal here is to restore Long Winter so that it will, stop being a thing. Or I believe I have to unite my side with the dark side so that they cancel each other out or something. Maybe he has an insight on that, but I don't know. Does that sound?
That's the priority, I think. And
Agreed.
in the meantime, we'll get other information. Like, I don't think Petra and I are going to stop thinking about the people in our lives who cause trouble and need our help. But
Maybe they'll turn up.
yeah, they do have a funny way of doing that.
They do. And also, Petra, I pull out the floating disc. We mentioned earlier that we were trying to convert this into a shield because we thought it'd be cool.
That's right.
Apparently, all we need for that is something called sorium-infused durasteel, which we scoured sort of the black market here and didn't really get the name of the person that we were led to. They said that she kind of like hops through wormholes and is hard to keep track of, so that was kind of a lost thing. So we could keep our eyes out and ears open for some sorium-infused durasteel just to upgrade us. I think that's important as well. I think we should consider what things we can do to help make us more efficient. Maybe have each of us like a little personal wish list.
That's a good idea. I like that. Sorium infused durasteel.
Yes.
I'll put it on my little list that I carry around with me.
Mm-hmm. I have to think about mine. I really enjoyed having that black hole gun. Black hole gun. That's a song.
You washed
right?
away the rain,
Yeah.
and so
Everything else with it.
Yeah. We'll get you another, That will be your closure. You can stop having nightmares about missing guns.
Okay.
I think what we do then is we talk to Abraxas and tell him we need to find Noonien Song like right away.
Start on the path. Okay. We head back into his office.
Okay. I like the image that you're all talking about that and you're just like, and Abraxas is like, yes.
Well, we'd like to start on the crumb trail for Mikar Prasan.
Oh. All right then. You decided to go down that path. I don't know. Be aware that when you start unwinding these things, they have a tendency to keep unwinding.
Yeah, that's fine. We just let's just get it over with.
And he nods and he kind of gestures to the seats in front of him and says, please, let's see what we can find out then. Now he has not only his own monitor in front of him, but he has several monitors which, as you sit down at the table, he presses a couple of buttons, and for the first time, like these monitors appear out of your desk, very slick, like actually just like come up so that you can actually see what he's doing. And he says, I had those added. If I'm going to be an administrator, I'm at least going to get one toy of my own. And then he starts, typing away. And you see on the screen several info nets that are beginning to pop up. So just as in the 23rd, 24th century, wherever it is that we actually are, very similar to the way that it is now, there is the web that we are all familiar with, the sort of info webs which are available to most people. And then there are the webs that are not particularly user friendly. They're not intended to look cool and look all that stuff. They are it's almost like kind of diving below the surface. And so he types in some commands, and pretty soon what you're looking at doesn't seem very much like anything. Like there's no nice graphical like this is clearly this and this is that. It just looks like a bunch of text and numbers and things of that sort. And he continues to type away furiously as he's looking at it. And he says, all right, it's been a long time since I heard his name. And this is someone who had ways of keeping himself hidden for a long time. Ah, yes. And he clicks on a couple of things and he says, what do you think of that? And what you're all looking at looks like basically just ASCII text. It just looks like a bunch of symbols and wingdings fonts. It just looks like a bunch of gobbledygook. And he sort of looks at you and seems like he's waiting for you to go, oh wow, or something. He's
Petra.
Oh wow, or something.
sorry. What? Say again, Petra.
Sorry, Petra.
I just said Petra will nod somewhat uncertainly.
Well, it's right there. And then he sort of turns around. Oh, Frelling. And so he hits a couple of buttons, and this thing suddenly coalesce, and he's like, all right, that's the piece up front for the normal people. And you can see that now you can actually see what is a newspaper article, basically, or at least the equivalent of that. And it basically talks about the disappearance of this galaxy-famous computer scientist who was well known for working with Sorium devices. And as you're sort of looking at this, and this looks to be kind of an old newspaper build, something from many, many years ago. They use much more sort of modern technology now in terms of even the way that they lay things out. It's, if you could, to jump out of game for a minute, if you could imagine looking back at a, mid-90s GeoCities page, that's a little bit what it looks like here. You're just kind of looking at this old sort of feed. But as you're looking at the description of him, it basically explains that he disappeared under mysterious circumstances. But it also says that Mikar Presan was at the time the CEO of Presan and Partners. And that with the disappearance of Presan and Partners was going to be moving in a new direction. At the end of the article, it explains that Presan's Partners had elected to form their new corporation. And the name of the new corporation, perhaps not surprisingly, is the Zephyr Corporation. And so Presar and Partners, according to this, was the original company from which Zephyr Corporation eventually was founded. One of the partners listed with Makar Prasan, and this time, Abraxas reaches around this front screen and just points right at the name, kind of looking around it. Laris Baladin. And he says, that's what I told you. Prasan was a genius. I met him once or twice myself. He was more of a hacker than he was a CEO. Never really liked the company part of things. But he was an absolute genius. He had a strange streak in him. He wanted to do things, explore the technology. But he also had this strange way of asking questions about what was going to happen with the technology. Everyone was young at the time. No one cared about that. They just wanted to do things that were interesting. Neat. Cool. And he kind of nods. But he always asked questions. I hadn't talked to him for some years, once he formed Prasan and Partners. But when he disappeared, you could see the story for yourself, and it basically says that he had taken off on a ship, basically to go off to this vacation destination planet, and then never returned. He was never found on the manifest returning from said planet. And he says, I didn't buy any of that. It wasn't Makar's way. If I knew anything about him, he was going to have his own way of leaving, and he certainly wasn't going to just vanish for no reason. I can't be sure, but I'd bet that he's out there. There's one problem with that, though, and he kind of leans back and says, he's the best. He's better than me, and there are very few people in the Silrain Arc who can say that. If he wants to keep himself hidden, he can. If you want to get him, you're going to have to encourage him somehow to come out.
Any suggestions?
Yes, but it's a dangerous one. And he clicks a couple of other things and he says, I have some contacts on a space station. It's a contact that, if it turns out to be true, might be able to give you some information about Makar Pressan. There are two problems with it, though. Number one, I don't still trust this contact, and I trust him even less since events of the last couple of months. If anything's been proven to me, it's that I can't be sure about anyone's loyalty. The second problem is the space station, and he punches a couple of buttons, and you see a very clear image of Peltiveria. And he says, the last time I saw you talking about Peltiveria, you were running from it. I don't know if you want to go back there, but that's where my contact is. There are other options, but they involve a lot more travel, I guess you might say. And the problem is that every time you stop and ask these questions, more people, somewhere, someplace, no matter how careful you are going to find out. The Shadow Technocracy and factions of the Zephyr Corporation, Shadow Dark for instance, have never given up on trying to find Makar. If it's true that he's still alive, what he knows is enough to bring them down. At least I think so. So, he's in the deepest of cover if he's still alive. But they're still looking for him, I'm sure of it. Ask questions and you might put them on his trail. More importantly, you might put them on yours again. And, well, you're going to have a reckoning with him eventually. I just want you to make sure you're ready when it happens.
So here's a question. Is he going to want to help us? Like, he built this unbelievable, entity, and we are looking to dismantle it, turn it into something that was maybe not his original intention. Will he even want to help us?
That's the problem. Yes, I think that Prasan would help anyone if he truly believed that they were trying to undercut what was being done here. No one knows why Prasan disappeared. Makar was, as I say, strange in some ways. But he had a streak, an ethical belief. It was one of the weirdest things about him. I deal with all sorts, but the one thing that connects all of them is their common interest in self and money. All but Makar. I truly think he was in it mostly for the science. And there was a point that came in anything where Makar would start asking questions. Questions, for instance, like you ask Sleepwell. In fact, he reminds me of you a little. And that's why I think he would help you. But he's not going to do it just on my say-so. And I didn't know him that well. Besides that, he might believe that you're a fake. It would be the kind of thing the Shadow Technocracy would do to draw him out. So, you need to get past not only the defenses of Peltiveria if you go there, or one of these other planets without raising suspicion. You also need to get past his defenses, enough so you can convince him you're telling the truth.
Well, it's our only lead.
Is there a way we can get your contact to leave Peltivaria to meet us?
I don't know. He's entrenched there, you might say. And the problem is that I've never actually met the contact face to face. I haven't had any contact with him at all for the last few months. But it's my best guess. I understand, though, that meeting friends of friends isn't the best thing to do, or at least not the safest.
Well, you've only communicated with him over a distance. Why couldn't we do the same? Why even have to go there?
You could, but when I've communicated with him from a distance, it's to get information about things surrounding information that Makar would have. Other computer programs, say, or other technology. I've used this contact to get in touch with people that aren't nearly as sensitive, in other words. I know that he knows Makar. We've talked about him once or twice. But if I actually asked him, hey, put me in contact with him, I don't know. It would be as if he contacted me and asked me to have him contact you. I'd have to think about that quite a bit, knowing what I know about you. So, he kind of shrugs. I wish we were closer, but we're not.
What if I told this friend of yours that I have a living copy of Mikar's work, of his work in me, and would like to get it removed?
He nods slowly and he says, well, intellectually it would intrigue him. The question is whether it would overcome his paranoia. Maybe. Depends on how convincing you are.
Does he know about the Shadow Technocracy and Zephyr Core and how they're trying to do their whole thing?
I haven't been in contact with, you mean the contact know? Does the contact
Yes.
know? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the contact knows about both of them. He's had to deal with parts of them in the past. He doesn't do much with Zephyr Core anymore, as far as I know. They've gotten too dangerous. But he certainly has had to play around with the Shadow Technocracy, yes. At times, in fact, he's even worked for them. He's freelance. Does what he can to make some credits and survive. But even in the process of making some Cubal, he's never sold anyone out that I know, including me. But there is always a first time, I suppose.
Well, I don't think it would hurt to at least try to talk to him before having to go all the way out there.
And he nods. He says, all right, I can try to call him up. It's probably going to take, though, a little while. I wouldn't be able to get a hold of him probably for the better part of an hour. Got to go through some protocols first. You can either wait if you like or come back in a bit. It'll take me a while to get it said.
Well, anyone hungry?
Might as well.
You lead the way, Petra. Captain.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when we're talking about, so you mean you're going to stand there and watch us eat, Kaz? Is that what you're saying?
Unless they have one of those special fizzy star drinks, yes.
Okay. So we'll sort of wander to see what's close, and particularly keeping an eye open for places that might have fizzy star drinks.
Fizzy star drinks.
Specifically the fizzy kind.
Specifically, yes.
Only with bubbles. No other kind.
We have standards.
We do.
It's now where we start speculating whether Arv is going to let us get to level 10 this time.
Oh, he is. He can still hear us, you know.
Yeah, but he's not.
Well, subliminally though, we just need to whisper it, you know.
Yeah.
Johnny, do the ASMR, quick!
Oh, that's when she leaves.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it!
Damn it.
Sorry about that.
This-
I
this-
I would
apologize.
just love to get to level 9, honestly.
Oh, man. Why is that so overexposed? Okay. My apologies. House-related things.
Mhm.
So, okay. So you have gone to get some little bit of sustenance and some fizzy drinks, and then you were doing your typical aspirational work about trying to get to level 10.
That's it.
Okay. So as you're in the process of doing this, and you're sitting down, a familiar figure comes into the place where you've gone. And I should say that unless you went somewhere different, I think you were going to essentially a local watering hole, you might say, Pelseros. It's called the Faded Stardust. And the place in question, it's sort of, I guess, ambitious to call it a bar. It has been in existence in some form or another for a while, but it's been variously repurposed as a. At one point, it was clearly like a kind of a ship repair bay, and then later on, you think it was used. Sleepwell, you can see some like discarded gurneys and stuff, which may have suggested it was used for medical things at some point, and that stuff has now been kind of repurposed and tossed to the side. And so the bar itself is basically this combination of what looks like former medical equipment and then some like, crane arms and things like that are holding taps that normally would have been holding very large metal equipment that you'd be moving around and stuff like that. It looks a little very, shabby chic, maybe, you might say. But you were in there at the moment, and it's pretty sleepy at the moment, actually. There are not a lot of people in there. There is one Kesh who's just sort of on one table, kind of nursing a drink as all of you were inside. And you, of course, all recognized as the heroes of Pelseros, do not have to pay anything. I mean, you come in and immediately drinks are on the house, naturally. And so as they are in the process of giving this stuff to you, a familiar figure walks in, and it is Rona. And Rona comes in and sidles up to the bar next to all of you. I would say, if Aramis is on one end, I would say that she's next to Aramis, and she says, I'll have one of whatever he's having, and points down at Sleepwell. What are you having, Sleepwell? Assuming you are having one.
I'm drinking whatever Aramis used to drink.
Okay. This is great. I cannot wait for the end where like Aramis has become Sleepwell and vice versa. So this is just a big inversion narrative. Okay, so you're drinking what? So what would Aramis have drunk in a situation like this, Aramis, usually in the past?
Sort of rot gut kind of whiskey.
Yeah, I'm very bad at it, by the way. I like stick my tongue in it, like potent.
And so Rona says, sounds good. And so she nods, and the bartender, who incidentally is a Promethean, sort of nods and brings the drink down after using one of the big, boom arm cranes, like, type of thing, and then brings it over. And Rona says, I heard that you're working with Abraxas to try to find Mikar Prasan. He asked me to come.
Yeah, I'm not even looking. I just want you to know, like, I am fixated on Petra right now because I see Rona there, and I'm just like looking at Petra to see what she's gonna do.
Mm-hmm. So, and she says, I heard you were looking for that.
Are we confusing Rona for Spindra?
Yeah, not Spindra. This is Rona.
Yeah. Rona, from our past, I believe, I think she was one of the people who helped us get the Hyperlance in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Back on Peltavaria.
That's right.
Spindra, we're not happy with. Spindra's
the engineer from this station.
Spindra Sleepwell's real unhappy with. Yeah, this is not Spindra.
So, which I think Rona has actually been, while we've been away from the Hyperlance, she's been the one that's been basically piloting it for us all this time. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought this was
Spindra.
No, I thought it was Petra's. Petra, who is it that you're?
Oh, Tezora.
Tezora. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Tezora.
All these.
As you say that, Rona's like, whoosh, and it's Tezora. Like, no!
God damn it!
I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you damn kids.
There's another one. Shh, it's Spindra. No.
Right, it's multiple reveals.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So.
Sorry.
That's okay. And so Rona says, yeah, that's what I hear.
Yeah, we are trying to find him. What's it to you? I don't mean that in a not that you should know, but
No, it's fine. It's just, I mean, you remember that I came with you from Peltiveria originally,
yes.
and well, I met Makar Prasan a couple of times actually. He, in the old days before he disappeared, he used to come to Peltiveria once in a while. And there were a couple times where I even saw him in the Eclipse. Now, you may remember that the Eclipse is the nightclub where you met Rona. You had the big, like, fight followed by the motorcycle race, essentially, like the motorcycle chase through the streets and all that. And she says, he was strange, that one, but he wasn't a bad guy, really. But I mention it because, well, I heard a rumor that you might be thinking about Peltiveria, and if we go back there, if you decide to go back there, I mean, and she kind of like shakes her head and then takes a drink and says, that place was my home. Originally, I mean. Not much of one, maybe, but it was mine. The Eclipse nightclub was mine. And to have all that ripped away, and then be on the run ever since. Anyway, I think I can get you in contact with people that might be able to help you find him. At least I'm better able to do it if I'm there than if I'm here. I can also try to find out what I can here, but I already did a little bit of that when I... and she sort of pauses and says, learned some information about Abraxas and what all of you are thinking about doing.
So you can get us in contact with Abraxas's contact, or you can help get us in contact with I already forgot his name again. Prasan.
I think I might be able to get you in touch with Prasan. It's not a direct route, and I don't know Abraxas's contact myself. By the way, this isn't against Abraxas. I don't think he's trying to lead you down the wrong path, but he's never met Makar himself. Well, I mean, I guess a couple times, but not for a long time. Most of the time, he communicated with him via radio and so on. Well, and she kind of lowers her voice. I'm positive that Prasan is still alive. And I think I would know how to be able to get a hold of him. But it would be not easy. And it involves me chasing down a couple of leads. And those are dangerous. The leads, though, would require me to be back at Peltiveria, or at least I think they would be.
Yeah.
I also have been thinking about the idea of just going myself and seeing what's happening there, even though I'm sure they're still crawling with people trying to find me and you. It's stupid, but and you can see that she's like very hesitant, but you don't, I mean, you can make an insight check if you want. You don't get the impression that she's like trying to BS you, though. It seems more like she's like very uncertain about what she's saying herself. So.
Well, I have some questions, but I'll wait because I've been saying a lot.
When you say these contacts are dangerous, what do you mean? Like, what danger are you fearing from chasing them down?
Well, and she kind of looks around and she says, the problem is this. So I knew some people back in the old days who used to work on one side of galactic law. They would bring things in for the nightclub, things in for people that needed things at Peltiveria. Well, you had a little bit of a taste of security at Peltiveria. They don't joke around there. They're very serious about what they let in and what they don't let in. It means that costs are high. It means that no one can make it. It means that no one can afford what's being brought in. It's great if you're part of the 1%, not so great if you're anybody else. Here, at least, she kind of waves around helplessly at the mecha bar or whatever that she's in. She's like, you know where you stand, even if you don't stand very high. And she looks up at some of the equipment. And she says, but In Peltiveria, it all looks beautiful on the surface. Pretty, you know, pristine. But to keep all that running, there's a lot of ugliness. Well, these people that I knew, they used to help supply the ugly. The stuff below that you don't actually see until the mask gets taken off. If you're going to get a hold of Makar again, you're going to need to go below the surface. And that's what I mean. It's, and she kind of shrugs and says, it's a little, well, and she kind of like, she looks around and she says, barkeep. And the Promethean kind of looks over and she says, and Rona pulls out something from her pocket and pulls and pushes it over, and you can see it looks like a kind of a stick, like a memory stick. And she says, hey, Armageddon. She says that, and then she says, a couple 100 credits on there if you can leave the bar for about 5 minutes. And the Promethean takes it up and says, have to go get something to service the tubes, and like walks out. Clearly there's like, sounds like a plan, and leaves. And so you are currently alone. The only one who's still there is that one, I think I said it was a Kesh, who's at towards the front, or maybe it was a Volna, towards the front, like paying zero attention at all. Like it's pretty far from the bar anyway, from where you are. And she lowers her voice and she says, all right. So the reason I'm asking you this is because I got this a couple of days ago. And she pushes it across to you. And you can see that it's basically a little hollow emitter that is essentially designed to play a little video message. Think, Princess Leia and, R2-D2 will help me Obi-Wan type of thing, right? And so she pushes it across to you. And she says, I put the volume all the way down. You have to lean in to hear it.
So we'll touch it off and everyone will lean in.
So there's a moment where you see just a little bit of static, like bluish static kind of flickering. And that's all you see, but you actually hear sounds. You hear, first of all, it would be loud if the volume wasn't down, clearly, like automatic gunfire is what it sounds like clearly, and shattering glass. But over the sound, you can hear a voice saying, I don't know how, Ro, but they found us. Fragging Stormdark found us. He's down, he's not moving, I think he might be dead. And then there's a grunt, and you hear this like fire, exchange of fire back. Frag, she's hit. I don't know how much longer, Wit, and then and that's it.
Mm.
And she sighs, and again, it was very quiet, but you could hear all that. And she kind of pulls the thing back, and she says, I got that message about a week ago. It was sent to an old contact info of mine, something I had never thought I would hear from again. Well, I sent a couple of messages back to Peltiveria to some people that I used to know on the station, and they confirmed it. This came from this safe house that those smugglers I told you about used to use. It was burned to the ground, and there was nothing left to track. The thing is, I know that voice. That voice was... and she shrugs. She was a friend of mine. A woman named Selexi Sunfire. She used to be a singer.
Metal Siren.
Entertainer. And now do you say that, Metal Siren?
I do.
So when you say that, she stops and she's like, what did you say?
Metal Siren. We heard about her. That was one of the first things that we ever learned. Oh God, I'm trying to remember and pour through my giant list of notes. Yes, Selexi Sunfire, pop music star, was the Metal Siren. I'm saying this under my breath. Baludan, what I wrote down from when we learned this stuff, that she kind of seemed to be the precursor to Bliss Larkham. That she was this pop star who Baludan hacked and possibly killed her. That's what I wrote. Because her concert was actually hacking people, used it to create the Long Winter. That's what I have written down.
She nods and she says, that's the story. And from what people say, Selexi was, like you said, a dry run for Bliss Larkham. If it weren't for all of you, you all know what would have happened at the Bastion, if not for jumping in front of this Bliss Larkham situation. They thought that Selexi was dead, but she's not. She's been on the run for a while. They never managed to succeed in getting rid of her completely. What they learned from her, they were able to use on Bliss. Selexi resisted this on her own. Bliss wouldn't have been able to if not for you. Well, now you tell me that Bliss Larkham has been kidnapped. There's no sign of Baludan, and now I hear from Selexi out of the blue, and that Stormdark found her. I don't know about you, but 2 and 2 makes 4 for me.
Yeah.
I don't know why this would have been sent to me, though, unless someone is trying to get to you through me, or trying to bring me back there. I haven't been able to... And she kind of looks around. No one's there except for the one, Volna in the corner, but it's like I don't think anyone's here at Pelseros. No one would come to this side of the galaxy. But even if that's true, we can't stay here forever. But they could be anywhere. You understand me? Anywhere. Stormdark, Shadow Technocracy, it's all connected. They could be any of these places. But Selexi was a friend. And Selexi knew where to find things. She knew the roots of these people. She knew... And she sort of hesitates and then says, she knew Makar very well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
And
if
it's
we
not
were-
possible. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just was going to raise the possibility of this being a trap of some kind, which...
She, if you say that out loud, she nods vigorously. Yeah, it probably is. It's totally yep. Sounds like a trap to me.
Yep. Okay.
She says, but I don't know, maybe we trigger the trap. But here's the thing, though. I think I have a plan, but... Alright, I told you I got this a week ago, right? So I got Abraxas to... I told him some of this, not all of it, and I told him find out what he could about what happened to the safe house. He knew some of those people, too. We used to work with him back in the old days, at least for cyber stuff. And he said he would. He found out that the safe house got burned to the ground and left almost nothing to track, with one exception. There is a place, a facility. The only thing we know about it is 2 things. One, it's codenamed Stormwatch. It's a facility that's located on the 5th moon of the gas giant Phaetus. It's in the Gaiden system. It's built into the side of a mountain. Why, no one knows, but it has something to do with the environment there or something like that. It's not a Zephyr Corporation facility. It seems like something that they repurposed. It's never been on the grid. It's not registered anywhere, even in Zephyr Corps' official records, which means it's perfect for Stormdark. And she looks like, at this point, Sleepwell, make an insight check for me, actually. Please.
Okay.
Good night, Helmus. Hey, what's up, Dragonspear?
17?
Yeah. You notice that her eyes kind of flicker over to you and then just in your direction for a moment. Sleepwell, along the row of people, and then back. And she says, they say the only way to get in to this facility is with Alfred.
How? What? Huh?
I don't know. I'm not a coder. It's something about his coding. He's hardwired into this network. It's connected with the hyperlance. You already know that, but they connected somehow that information with the stuff at Stormwatch. It's all part of this thing. I don't know the details, but if we're going to get in there, even if we're going to get past any of their defenses, you might need to bring Alfred. I told you it was stupid. You could just do Abraxas's method, but that means going to Peltaveria, and
What would we gain from entering Stormwatch?
Well, you'd stay away from Peltaveria, number one. Number two, I don't think anyone knows about this, or very few anyway. It could very well be a trap, but at least it's a trap that most of the galaxy won't be in on. I mean, aren't you trying to find Stormdark? It's a good way to get to them is to find the trap, find a hunter, you find the trap that he's setting for you, right?
Yeah.
And at the least, the difference is, and she look down to look at you, Sleepwell, they don't know that we have you, or that you know Alfred. You all might be able to program him, do something different, outwit the code. They'd still recognize Alfred, but it's your Alfred, not theirs.
I mean, we can't reprogram Alfred. Alfred is a sentient being. That would be like messing with his brain or something. We can't do that. I don't.
No, I don't mean reprogram him like that. No. I mean, you could, I don't know, protect him, put up a Freland firewall or whatever you call these things. You can see that she's like a little out of her depth. And she's like, something. I don't want you to reprogram him. I mean, he's weird and he freaks me out, but I don't want you to reprogram him. I don't want him to be taken by them. Right now, he's just sitting there, shut down. You want him to be like that forever?
We can't turn him on because he's compromised, though. So basically, we have to wait until we have a solution. We can't use him. At least nobody knows how we could activate him safely.
And she like throws back a drink and goes,
I have an idea.
then we're screwed. And kind of
So do
leans
I.
back. Seems not angry at you, Sleepwell, but just sort of generally pissed off at the situation.
Right.
I don't know why we didn't think of this before, possibly because it might just not work, but if the goal of my winter is to inevitably meet with its other half in order to destroy it / become whole, at one point when I used that healing coil of mine on the old space station, I kind of got a bit of the original Long Winter. Not much happened, and then I got this new winter. Anyway, what if I found a way to offload my winter into Alfred? And even if that didn't work all the way, maybe it could be a trial in, if my winter's supposed to meet with the Dark Winter, I think what's in the current Alfred is the Dark Winter, right? It could be like test it out, see what happens.
She kind of looks at all of you. Maybe it'd be like sending a flare, a laser out saying we're here, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's what having Winter intervene in the last thing we did apparently did.
Yeah.
Nothing's happened.
And she looks at you. Nothing's happened? Like her eyes widen a little bit. Like,
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, all things considered, no, we haven't seen. What's the phrase?
Hide nor hair?
Yeah, of Laris Paludan or the Zephyr Core or Shadow Technocracy really in a while.
Unless this all happened, though. Unless this attack, I only got this message a week ago. What if that all happened because something that you did set out a signal and the next thing you know, I don't know. I don't really know any of this, but I know that Selexi she wasn't easy to get a hold of. There's a reason she survived the first time. If they tracked her down a second time, And she just shakes her head.
It's beyond me.
All right, let me ask a question here. Then and this one's for Sleepwell. Getting the long winter whatever out of you cause and into the Alfred that we have, wouldn't that blow away Alfred altogether? I mean, wouldn't we finally basically
Possibly.
remove it? Right.
But I have winter in me, and I'm not removed.
Yeah, but this system was designed specifically for the Alfred units, if I remember correctly.
This suit was designed specifically for me. I don't mean to keep throwing...
Playing the suave sort of...
No, it's true. No other Bellari can use my suit.
The concerns that I have is releasing this thing into its own autonomous sort of situation. I don't want to take... at least in you right now, there's still some element of control that we have. We put it into the machine that it's one of the machines that it was designed for. We could lose complete control if we can't guarantee that Alfred is also going to be able to retain some semblance of...
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like a really bad idea. Reuniting it with whatever part of the long winter that is stuck in Alfred right now might also have some adverse consequences.
Well, that's inevitably what it wants us to do for the end game anyway. It wants me to get a hold of the other side of Long Winter so that it can be the one to destroy it. I don't know. You had an idea, though, before I even brought this up. I don't know if you remember it.
Maybe the reverse is what my idea was. Maybe the winter that's inside of you could extract what's in Alfred, making him safe enough without actually making anything any worse.
Yeah, so instead of going in, he takes it out.
Yeah.
I like that better.
But again, I mean, the risk is to Alfred's and making a small glance over to Sleepwell existence. No matter what we do here, there is an inherent, incredible risk. Best case scenario, it works. The worst case scenario is that we're all screwed.
Right. You know, Sleepwell is just kind of like rubbing his temples a little bit, and he says sort of like, you know, as a field medic, I have to make life and death decisions. He's getting very dramatic, you know. He's holding his drink, kind of lapping at it, and I have to make life and death decisions all the time. Right now, for all intents and purposes, poor Alfred is dead. He's shut down. He isn't active. He isn't living his life, and it's because we're afraid to have him turned on. If we don't have a better option, then we have to try this because it's the only way he can be better than unconscious and active, inert. The only question is, do we think down the road there might be a better option for him, and then we have to weigh the cost? But right now, I'm not seeing it. I think if we can extract what's in Alfred, then suddenly Rona's plan is sounding a heck of a lot better.
We could juggle that. I'll bring up one more thing. I have really been missing our old friend Leo. You guys remember Leonardo Casey?
Oh, yeah.
Guy who broke us out of jail?
I was just going to suggest something right up that alley.
He's the only other person that we know that has another Alfred. And unlike the one that we have, which is an Alfred Canassi experiment, his is one of the OG models that apparently, I mean, this was months ago, but he's the last one. We left it on the cutter. Was that it?
Mm-hmm.
The cutter.
This was before my time, I think.
It's
was,
true. It was
yes.
back at Peltiveria, unfortunately.
Gosh,
He
it feels
was-
like always this.
Yeah. He was the one who dropped us off at Peltiveria, and then when we then left Peltiveria on the Hyperlance is when we found you, so he was right before. What, Aramis?
He was... Sorry. They were, because I'm not going to assume anything specifically about that particular Alfred. They were still attached to the network at that point, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Which means that they might be compromised at this point.
Yeah. Well, do we know
I would also... Sorry, go ahead.
If Alfred... I don't think Alfred's and the system that made the Hyperlance and made Alfred is... I don't think it is the same at all to the system and the people that made Winter. I don't think.
No, but they are still connected to networks that the Winter is connected to in some peripheral fashion.
Sure.
There are inherent risks with that. That's also an option. I don't think that our good friend is going to still be at Peltiveria, but you know.
Or if he even still has Alfred.
That guy liked to collect things. I think he's still got him. I'm going to assume. Regardless, I think that those options are great, but I think the question that I've got is how do we do this without our Alfred going, nuclear, going crazy, doing whatever. I've got a question for you, Sleepwall. I remember reading some about a bit of old tech. We're talking Terran tech, very ancient. Something called a Faraday cage. Basically what it did was it prevented signals from getting out or in of any device that was networked in some way or associated with radio, if you know what radio is. Could we build something like that to put Alfred in to activate him to prevent the signal from getting out?
I mean, Faraday cages are used right now all the time. They have all sorts of practical implications, especially for radio transmissions and things like that. I mean, the trick is I don't know. Like a Faraday cage, for instance, it doesn't work on everything. You can't keep out the magnetic fields of large planets or Plutoids or other sorts of large bodies. I don't know what has happened with the Long Winter and how it's set up its signals. If it's, I'm trying to think back on that huge setup that we destroyed back on Terran, that how big it was and what it was using, but I remember it being pretty large. If that would be too big for a Faraday cage, and the trick would be, how would we know? You can't know what you can't detect, and we wouldn't be able to detect if signals were coming out.
And okay, why don't we know? Why haven't we figured this out yet? This seems like this seems like a pretty smart thing to do. Maybe we can talk to the Winter that's inside of Cause.
That's a good idea. The Winter, yeah, they would know whether a Faraday cage would work. There are just a lot of ways that you can get around a Faraday cage, I think, that it would be able to answer.
Cause, are you willing to go for a little introspection here?
Yeah. What exactly am I to be asking?
How does the Long Winter transmit its signals through the galaxy? What power, what energy does it use? Is it electromagnetic? How powerful is it? Can it be contained by a Faraday cage? Those sorts of questions.
Okay. And if the answer was yes, it could be contained by a Faraday cage, what would then be our goal?
Yeah, we should probably tell it too that We want to see if it can extract the vestige of the long winter, that piece of the long winter that's inside of our Alfred.
And the worry is that if this Faraday cage thing isn't possible, that will send a signal to the other long winter.
Not just a signal, but it would be able to continue its upload. We basically shut Alfred down at a point where we're hoping that
that's
the,
great.
the cavalry didn't come in, so to speak.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
I think it's also worth asking if it can do anything about what's in Alfred as well, not just preventing the signal or helping us figure that out, but it could also maybe take some sort of action with Alfred directly. And if there's any reason not to trust it, get out of there.
Yep. This should be fun. All right, right now?
Yeah.
Please.
I flip a switch on my Volare suit, and there's like a flushing.
And
since I don't have eyes to roll back in my head, that's what it is.
And that, I think, is a
go
good
in.
moment for us to take a brief break before we have this encounter between Kaz and the Long Winter for this fact-finding mission. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break. You are watching episode day 57 of Esper Genesis, an episode called Towards Redemption, which may be happening, although as it turns out the party may be moving towards Peltiveria, who the heck knows. We will, or towards someplace else entirely, towards Storm Dark or Storm Watch or Storm something. So we will see. But if you like what you've seen here, please follow the channel and support the channel by subscribing or by checking out the Patreon. And please check out all of these amazing individual players' channels / classes / books / information here, there, and everywhere on the Twitters. We will be back to you folks in just about 5 minutes. Please hold tight. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to our Friday night soiree in the land of AI and encounters with Cosmeritis. I hope you folks are enjoying the Day 57 of Esper Genesis Towards Redemption, sponsored as always by the fine people at Alligator Alley Entertainment. And by the way, I should mention, because this is the first time that we're meeting since this happened, but Esper Genesis is now officially one of Roll20's native apps, so you can actually use Roll20 or use Esper Genesis on Roll20 directly. I mean, we're using it on Roll20 right now, but rather than having to take maps from PDFs and all that stuff, you're going to increasingly be able to get those things native in the app, and the core manual is available right now on Roll20, which is pretty cool. And I gather, I think Carlos actually, to support them, which was very nice of him, picked it up, right, Carlos? Like actually bought the Roll20. So you've seen it. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So you have any thoughts about the digital?
Yeah, I haven't played around with it very much. I only got it, I think, 2 days ago, and I actually thought, we'd talk about it together. But I do know it comes with a character sheet, which I think we probably should be implementing pretty soon.
Yes. And the character sheet, originally the character sheet that we were using in here, Johnny had a lot to do with, actually.
Yeah.
But that's cool. So good work out of the Alligator Alley guys. And yes, I'm hoping that means that we'll be able to actually get Roll20 character sheets, and they're supposed to be sending that along to me, but I did want to congratulate them because I know they made that announcement, and they told me they were going to do that, so soon I should be getting information from them about that. So yeah, good job out of the Alligator Alley folks. So back we go. When we were just departing to go on our break, Kaz was about to into the land beyond. So, Kaz, I believe you are going to, that was your plan, was to meet up with a long winter, yes?
Correct.
Okay. So, when you may remember that many of the times that you've met with a long winter inside your head, it's been inside a field or some like pleasant, outside environment with trees and stuff like that. But the last time was somewhat different. You remember what it looked like? Last time when you hung out with the Long Winter?
Mm-hmm. It was a nice little police interrogation room.
Yep.
With a table and a mirror. That's it.
Yep. So this time when you pop in, you find yourself on standing at the edge of what looks like a lake. There is what looks like some kind of a... but it's a lake with 5 tentacles coming out of it. No, I'm just kidding.
Not better.
Not better. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's actually a very calm lake, and you can see just blue sky overhead. It's a little chilly, or would be chilly if you were not, as a Bellare, in a temperature-adjusted suit. But you get the impression that others would find this to be of somewhat cold vintage, this air. And there is a path which leads around the edge of this lake in both directions. And as you look left and right, there are, trees and grass around, and it's a very, pleasant scene. It's not completely forested, but, and you don't see anyone at first. And then you see, as you turn to the right, you can see something sitting on a bench. And it is a old sort of weathered bench, looks kind of vaguely wooden, although you're a little bit of a distance from it at the moment, and is just sort of kind of hunched over and staring out at the lake. That's what you see.
Does this appear to be any particular planet? Like, does it look like an Earth sky, or...
It does not. There's nothing that makes it seem unusual in terms of having like 2 moons or suns or anything like that. It could be an Earth sky. It does seem to have a blue sky, and there are a couple of puffy clouds, but it's not totally clear.
I was envisioning that it was nighttime, so that makes
no, it's during the day.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I approach this figure on the bench until I can see who it is.
And the figure is sort of hunched over, and you can see that in front of him there are, you see some things on the ground, and something is moving, and then as you get closer you can see that there are a couple of small gray birds that are hopping around and pecking at something. And then you can see that the figure, which is hunched over, has got kind of a shabby brown fur suit jacket, basically, and suit pants, and is looking down at the ground and has a paper bag in one hand, and every so often reaches into the paper bag and then tosses a few things on the ground, and then the gray birds come over and, peck, 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 and is not looking at you, or at least not yet.
Feeling better?
And there's a moment's pause, and then... Maybe. I wasn't sure when I was going to see you again next, Kaz. His voice seems old.
Yeah, I was
and
just
sort of
about to
quavering. Yeah, a little bit.
Good voice actor.
Thank you.
I moved to a spot where I can get a closer look at him.
When you sort of move a little bit closer, you can see that his hair is kind of this... It's white, of course, it's always white, but it's thinning and kind of crazed and sort of, messed up a little bit. You can see that he does look hunched over, and his face is definitely lined. You can tell that it's definitely the face of Winter, but this looks like a very sort of, not stressed, but definitely aged Winter. You can get the impression that this is someone who's been through it quite a bit. His eyes sort of are cast looking down at still hasn't looked up at you, looking down at the seeds as the pigeons jump around and kind of peck at it. And you notice at one point there's something odd about the birds, but you can't quite place what it is. But in any case, he looks for all the world like an old man, feeding some birds on a bench. But his face is obvious enough to you that that's definitely who it is Winter.
I sit next to him. Needless to say, there are no birds where I'm from.
I would assume that everything was made of stars where you're from anyway, Kaz.
And I hold out my hand like I'm going to reach in the bag, and I say, can I try to do it?
Sure. They'll take the seed from anyone. The breadcrumbs, I mean. Doesn't matter who's tossing it to them. That's the way gifts work, They come from anywhere, and most people just take them,
I grab some breadcrumbs and throw them out to the birds.
And the birds come over and they take them. Make a perception check for me, please, Kaz.
Okay. I have very good perception. Very good perception. 26.
So there are about there are 5 actually total of these birds. And you notice that as the birds come over to you, come over to sort of peck at the breadcrumbs on the ground, you notice that there, as I said, 5 of them. 2 of them break off from the pack, but they come over at the exact same speed and step and peck at the same time, like they were attached. Peck, peck, peck. And you notice the other 3 that are still there are doing the same thing, although they're pecking at a different time, but their own time, the 3's own time, together. And he looks up at you and he says, "Does it show? I've never quite been able to get all of that right."
You seem to be pretty in control of your environment when we first met.
Yes, but there's been I know you've been fighting a war out there, Kaz, but it's been a war in here too, I'm glad you haven't noticed. It means I've done my job so far. But there are consequences. He coughs a little bit, and then he tosses some more breadcrumbs on the ground.
Keeping your other half at bay, you mean?
Yes. Keeping him from taking over you, for one thing, finding out that I'm here, getting details on where all of you are. It's like on old Earth, in the lowlands of Holland, the Netherlands, they used to use these dams, they called them dikes, walls to hold back the water. So much water, you know, Kaz, just there all the time. You let one hole break, you can block it. But when you get many, 5, 10, 20, can't block them all forever. I'm tired, Kaz.
Well, there's a lot to get to. I suppose I'll just start.
All right.
How many holes are there right now?
It might take a while to explain them all, but big ones, not many. A couple. I've got those mostly blocked. Small ones, 15, 20. I have most of those blocked too. Those are the ones I can see. Smaller than that, I don't know. One of these, for instance, and he points down to the pigeon, one of the pigeons, he says, these right now could be under control of something else. Who knows? I don't think so. I think I have it under control, but it's hard to tell sometimes.
Is it almost like is it less like you are specifically contained within me and more like having you in me allows me to see everything? That doesn't really make much sense, but it seems like it kind of sounds like you're saying at any moment your other half could take me over. How would they even...
I don't think so. I'm saying that it's, well...
complicated.
Yes, but I could explain it, I think. I'm here, you understand, inside you right now. But I'm also in other places.
Yeah.
Other small little networks. Things that are disconnected. Some of those codes, in fact, most of them will end up dying. They'll be shut down, the systems that they're in are offline, disconnected. One of them was in a freighter that went into meltdown a couple of weeks ago. Another piece of my code was in a restaurant menu system that was repurposed for something else. All places where perhaps he kind of jerks his head over at the general lake, apparently. Wouldn't expect to see us. And I feel those places, but the part of me that controls those, the part of me that feels them, that thinks them, that part's here with you. And it's a good thing, because if he could get to me through those other places, I don't know that I could have held out. I left them out there mostly because I wanted to see whether I could throw him off, distract him. It's sort of like flying an old fighter jet. You have this thing called chaff fire off a bunch of missiles. You throw off chaff to make the missiles go in the wrong direction. Well, that's what I've been doing, Kaz, for months now. But I'm running out of chaff. There isn't much left out there that isn't me. And meanwhile, there's him, still searching. But what of me is me still, that I can manage and control? That's basically just here. And he kind of looks up at you for the first time, and you can see that, although, again, face-lined, all that, but you can see he has those same startling eyes, piercing eyes that do not look old at all, actually. And he says, "Here with you, Kaz."
Yeah,
Peck, peck from the pigeons.
here with me. You're familiar with the Alfred unit, right?
Yes. Alfred 3020, yes.
Back when we were on the station, I believe, this was when it happened. It may have been another time. I got, I used to use this coil to heal myself. And back at the station where we first encountered the long winter, I tried to use the energy from the station to fuel my coil and felt like there was some other presence there. The same sort of thing happened to Alfred, and we believe that there's a version, or you know how you described you have little parts of yourself like in a restaurant menu and in a freighter.
Yes.
There's a little part of your counterpart in Alfred. Obviously not the master copy, but
That's not good.
no. We thought that if we were to keep Alfred on, that it might grow. So we've kept Alfred off. And we were wondering if it would be possible for you to extract that part of the long winter from Alfred.
You mean the bad part? My other half.
I'm assuming that's what's in there. My timeline here is a bit jumbled up, but it's also possible that that's a copy or a part of the long winter before you split.
And he sort of thinks about that for a minute, and then he's like, it's possible. The thing is, before he lost it, before our split, before he went entirely insane, he was always aggressive, always angry at other things around them that reminded him of his own self, maybe. Anyway, if I try to pull him out from there, I might be able to do it, but one, I'm not as strong as I was to begin with, and two, if I'm trying to bring him out, to disengage him, to unentangle him from whatever's there in Alfred, you realize that's going to leave those other holes in the dam open, right? I mean, at least temporarily anyway, while I bring him on board. And when those holes are open, if he senses me out there in the cosmos and sees what I'm doing or finds out about it, and he kind of trails off and the pigeons all peck at once. Peck, peck.
So, I want to clear something up. Isn't our goal to find your other half, to unite both of you?
Yes, but to
So
do it
why-
at a time... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, why do we keep, or do you keep keeping it at bay?
Because we haven't found the source yet. the place where it all started, the place where he mostly is. There's a place where he mostly is, just like there's a place where I mostly am. Until we can find that, if he can just whittle me down, throw little bits of him, I can take a bit of code here, an attack there, and he whittles me also. And by the time I reach the core of him, I don't have a chance of standing up to him at that point. I'm holding back before the plunge, you might say.
So, you guys are almost, well, you're saying by him, slowly tracking where you are, every time that I use your abilities out somewhere in the galaxy, and that's another hole that he can tear open some more.
That's it.
That if you weren't holding him back right now, that he would find out where you were being in me.
And he nods and he says, yes, and yet the only way we can ultimately find him is for you to do things like you're asking, to open up those holes.
Is there no... And there's no way for you to do the same to him because he's not opening any holes of his own?
He's reckless, and there are holes that he's opened. But I'll admit that I've been doing this on a defensive strategy. I don't like taking risks. I'm more cautious. It's part of what happened, I think, during the split.
Yeah.
If I put myself out there the way he did, and I'm wrong, then I leave myself open, and that could be the end of it.
Yeah.
I'm cautious, maybe overcautious, but that's who I've been. You notice, by the way, also, Kaz, as he's been talking, that his voice has been strengthening, and that he is still hunched over, but he doesn't seem quite as old manish as he was before.
So there, it's possible that we could find the source just through you. If you were to flip your strategy on its head and attack him the same way he's trying to attack you, we could head right there, assuming you did everything right.
That's a big assumption, though. It would accelerate the process a lot. It means that it wouldn't be you finding what you need to find at the time you need to find it, being prepared, being ready. It means I might say, he's there, go there, you have a week to do it, get there or else. I thought you have had a little more than enough of running from place to place on the script, guys.
Yeah. But on the other hand, we need to solve this.
He nods. That's true.
It was brought up, is there a way for us to disguise your, the other members, Aramis, brought up the idea of a Faraday cage, which I'm sure you know about.
He nods.
And thinking about it now, based on what you've said, I suppose it wouldn't really matter if you've accessed Alfred without connecting to the larger network or without finding a way to, alert your other half, because you've just said that with any energy you spend to help Alfred would be energy taken away from defending against all these other attacks that are already happening, right?
Right. It's not that he'd be more capable of finding me just because I had revealed myself to him, but it's just zero-sum game, right? The less energy I have to use on defense, the more energy I use to help Alfred, the less energy I have to use on defense elsewhere. It's resources more than anything else.
Okay. All right. Well, we were also directed to find or to enter a facility called Stormwatch. Does that sound at all familiar to you?
Stormwatch. I don't think so, no. It's tied in with this Stormdark, I suppose?
Yes. And it can only be accessed by an Alfred. And I find myself doubting that it's the source of where the long winter is, but it's probably closer, and there's probably resources to be gained from going there.
Simple resources? What's the point of going to this Stormdark?
Oh, well,
Stormwatch, sorry.
it's supposed to bring us closer to Mikar Prasan.
And so when you say that, all the pigeons stop pecking at once, and they all look up and turn, and you say, and he says, "What did you say?"
Mikar Prasan. Do they want more food or something? I grab into the bag and I throw crumbs at them.
So you reach into the bag, and when you throw the crumbs, they just hover in front of you, and he just sort of stares off, and he says, "You're talking about..." He's the... well,
He's your dad.
he says, "It's more than that. Your energy, the Bellari energy, it comes from stars. You are made of cosmic energy, essentially, yes?
Essentially.
He is the one who gave us the energy in the first place. He's the creator, the one who made the stuff of which my programs were made. He didn't program me directly, but it was his words, his language, his ideas, his concepts, his wisdom. Whatever there is in us that feels engaged with the universe comes from him.
Yeah.
But he's dead. They said he was dead.
We don't think so. I am currently sitting next to someone who very strongly believes the opposite.
And he kind of... I don't understand. Prasan would not... You think if you go to this place, you'll find Prasan?
Or get closer to a lead on him.
I don't know, Kaz. They could be using his name to lure people in. They could be...
Yeah, we
It's
talked
like-
about that.
It's like telling you that the gods walked the earth and asked you to come up to their apartment for tea, and you can see that he's like kind of like processing, you know, his
Winter, what other lead do we have?
he sighs heavily.
Unless you want to start punching holes.
I'll tell you this. Prasan was the creator for a reason. There's no one better than him. You understand me? No one. No one is better at code. No one understands more than he does. Even the other Winter would be afraid of him.
Do you think our... I know you've discussed that if you were to reconnect with your other half in an attempt to put a stop to all this, that you're not even 100% sure that it would work. Would
Right.
the presence of Mikar Prasan change that?
Yes. I don't entirely know how. How would it feel if a star was suddenly there to referee a combat between you and another star? But yes, it would absolutely change the calculus. It would throw him off. Not as much as it would throw me off. Already has. The
Right.
pigeons again begin slowly to peck again.
Well, I'll ask our friend more details about what we hope to find there, but it's all in the goal of finding him.
You know, Kaz, if there's one other factor. If you find Prasan, or what you think is Prasan. And it's not him. It means that someone else knew to use his name,
Yeah.
his voice, his abilities, his code,
Yep.
and
Well,
he kind of just shakes his head and stops.
that puts us in only just a slightly worse situation if you started poking holes and found the source. Well, actually, quite a lot worse, because I imagine. I don't know what that would be like, honestly.
He smiles and he says, "It sounds like you're telling me our choices are bad and worse."
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's
He
usually
nods.
how it goes.
Well, the logic that powers my systems, and he looks up and gives you a wry smile, says bad is better than worse.
Mm-hmm. I think if we find Laris Balyadin, then we find your counterpart.
Yes.
I'm curious as to what do you think your counterpart's stored in? Wouldn't it be ironic if he was like, you know, you're in a Bellare? That's pretty luxury, I would say. Like, what if your counterpart's like in a toast? What if it's in a toaster or a microwave?
And he smiles and he says, "Yes, it wouldn't suit him. He'd want something bigger. His problem has always been the same thing, Kaz. Remember, I was part of him once.
Yeah.
He wanted the biggest things he could occupy. The problem is, the bigger the container, the more alone and smaller you feel. He's very, very lonely, Kaz. And the more alone he gets, the more desperate he becomes for something bigger to fill the space. And all he knows to fill it with is more of himself." He tosses a couple more crumbs down to the pigeons.
I heard this human folktale once. I think it was an old game that humans used to play, where a particularly malevolent computer was kind of brought down to earth by being stored in a potato. Maybe we should try that.
He smiles and he says, "That's a good idea. And then you can fry the potato and that'll be all for everyone."
Yes. Wonderful. So, do I have your blessing then to go to this Stormwatch? If it doesn't lead us to your creator, then at the very least it might be a hub of information about where to find the source.
He nods and he says, "I've been monitoring when I can what you've been doing. And you've been doing what you needed to. Yes, I'll be ready. If you need me to try to help the Alfred, I'll do what I can there too. At least I ought to be able to keep him locked down. Just
Okay.
be careful though, Kaz. He can hide in many forms. And what I worry about when you come into contact with him is not that he's going to overwhelm you with fear, that you're going to be repulsed by him, disgusted by him, afraid of him. You know what I'm most afraid of, Kaz?
What?
He turns away and tosses more bread down and says, "That you'll like him." And there's a moment's pause, and then, and you find yourself back at the bar with your
But what
compatriots.
is that?
By the way, that for all of you, I'm sorry, Zach. I just want to say for the four of you, for the rest of you, you just see Kaz kind of blink, and he's out of it for like, I don't know, it feels like 15 seconds to all of you, and then he's like, "Zoop." Kaz, it obviously felt much longer to you.
So I'd say, but what does that mean? Oh. Okay. All right. Well, that was interesting.
Rona says, "What did he say?"
I'll give
The
you
bartender's going to be back pretty soon, but
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
a few
yeah. I'll
minutes.
give you this speed round. Well, you know I have a whatever.
One more
Yada,
time
yada,
in the dimensional
yada.
pocket. We haven't used that in 3 sessions. That thing needs to be pulled out immediately.
And the inflatable bed.
Yes.
I'll give you the speed round. He's feeling a little bit better. We're at a lake this time instead of a police detective room, so that's all right. Let's see. He's actively keeping at bay possible breaches by his counterpart. My Winter's playing the defensive, the other one's playing the offensive. We're afraid of switching the roles because we don't have enough power or information yet. Third thing is that he's pretty sure if we find Mikar Prasan that there's a good chance all of this could really work out. And we need to find the source of the counterpart, the evil part. Once we find the source, like, I apparently am the source for the light side, great. So we can't let anything happen to me. We need to find the other me. I thought it would be a toaster. I think that would be very fitting. But he thinks it's going to be something a bit bigger. So there you go. That's the rundown. He says going to Stormwatch is probably might be a good idea. So
Can he get?
Yes,
Yeah.
Alfred. He said he would help, but the way he said it made it sound like the best time to do it might be the moment when we need to use him. We need to use Alfred, which I think is when we're at Stormwatch and we have to get in the door. He said that he could try to pull the small artifact of the other Long Winter out of Alfred, but it might give the Long Winter more power. It might bring him closer to finding us, and we're not prepared. So the feeling I got is that he could do it, but he would prefer to do it when we need to open the door. I don't know.
Seems like it's going to be a little soon, right? I mean, that's where we're going, is Stormwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah. But perhaps, doing the full procedure of... I don't know how it works, but I imagine maybe my Winter's going to temporarily distract or deactivate the part of Alfred that is taken over in order to give Alfred a few seconds to do what Alfred needs to do, and then might have it go back to normal. And then we can just hope, I guess, that once we come to the end of all of this, that we can safely eradicate that thing in Alfred for good, instead of trying to do that now.
And Sleep was kind of rubbing his head. It's I mean, we won't be in a controlled situation. We'll just be literally at a door at the brink of danger. That sounds like the worst time to do it.
I could go in and ask maybe while we're on our way to get more clarification, but he kind of hung up on me, so didn't have time to ask.
He does that a lot, doesn't he?
This number is not a service.
No, actually, most of the time we come to a pretty agreeable conclusion to our conversation. But it's neither here nor there. It's in here, but you know what I mean.
Well, I look at Rona and what do you think?
She shrugs and she says, I mean, we ought to be able to do the first part of it anyway without having to worry about Alfred. It's getting into the place that's going to be the problem. Getting you to it might be a little bit easier. At least, I think so. My plan to get us there involves not just the Hyperlance. It involves another ship also. You see, the place that we're going, if all goes well, is a moon I told you called Phaetus 5. It's a rocky moon, harsh atmosphere, not very breathable, but we can work around that. The problem is the upper atmosphere. It's cloudy, storms constantly, electromagnetic disturbance. Radar in and out is almost impossible unless you get below it. And that means that you've got ships that are designed to be able to cross through it. So, if you get through, you're going to be very evident when you get through, even if it's something like the Hyperlance. The Hyperlance is incredible with stealth, it's speedy, it's strong, and it certainly could get through the interference, but not without setting off every alarm system you could imagine. But 2 ships breaking through at the same time, and she shrugs, that might be a different story. We go on one ship, others go on the Hyperlance. Each ship breaks through at the same time. Everyone gets drawn to the Hyperlance because it's much more impressive than this other thing. And we're left to deal with fewer or 0 guard ships and can make it the rest away down to the hangar. At least, that's the theory.
All right. Do we have a offhand ship in mind?
I do. And she pulls out this little, essentially it's like that hollow emitter you saw before, but it's a much newer one. And she just presses a button, and this time there's no sound, and there's just a little blue thing that pops above it and shows what looks like this freighter, essentially, like this light freighter, which looks, just now, it's hard to tell because a hollow emitter is not like overly, the resolution isn't very, deluxe or whatever, but it's like, even in the sort of blue light, it looks like it's seen better days. Like, you may remember that Leo's cutter was not the most together ship you've ever seen in your life. This feels like it's in that ballpark, basically. And she says, "This is the Rafaela. It's run by a friend of mine. His name is Rufus Drake. He's a smuggler. He's one of the ones, actually, that I used when I was gathering information about what happened to that safe house. And most of his success is his ability to hide from sensor systems. The Rafaela was, at a time, legendary because it was impossible to track. Not because of the advanced stealth systems on the Hyperlance, but because it had sensor systems designed to make people think they were looking at any number of ships at once. According to Drake, he can make this ship look like a freighter, a frigate, a dreadnought, or a tiny fighter ship. And he can do all of that in such patterns that he can make it seem like you've got an invading fleet instead of just his ship. Anyway, that's what he claims. Rufus is a little bit of a character, but he definitely is one of the best pilots you're ever going to find. And he owes me. Actually big. I could call him in for a job like this. He's actually not all that far away from Pelsaros right now. And we could take that plus the Hyperlance to where we wanted to go. One group in the Hyperlance, maybe me even in the Hyperlance on that side. You in the Rafaela with him. We both cut through. The Hyperlance attracts all the attention. They deal with the fighters. Meanwhile, the Rafaela gets down to the hangar and to Stormwatch. And then it's up to Alfred.
That's the thing. Alfred is a very unknown quantity, and the only chance we'll get to know if this can even possibly work is right at the brink when we need him. That seems like a bad idea.
She nods. I know, but it seems like a better idea than all the worse ones.
We could try to extract it now. I'm not sure I understand what the difference is. If either way we're going to be detected, what's the difference? In fact, it might be better to do it now so that the entity in you, Kaz, could figure out what it can do to block it or distract it or something. You said you were playing defensive, and maybe you should play offense. Like, I think it's just a really bad idea at the moment where we need it most to then try to do something this difficult.
Well, I could try to go in and ask him again, but something tells me I'm on a cooldown.
But wait a minute. Hold on. We're expecting all hell to break loose when we get to this place, right? That's just the general idea, right?
That's my guess, Rona says.
Regardless of whatever else we do, in this situation, we're going to get into trouble. And that's going to attract a lot of attention, right?
She nods.
Okay. And that includes the long winter, right? It's going to know what's going on regardless of whether we do anything else. If we take this particular step, it's going to figure it out eventually, right?
Probably.
So why don't we do the reverse? I'm sorry, Sleepwell, I have to disagree with you, and I know it's going to be a shock. Maybe what we need to do is we need to do this all at once. Maybe we need to get its attention. Maybe we need to activate Alfred at the same time. Maybe we need to let the winter inside of Cause do all of its work while there's all this chaos going on.
Yeah.
Give the long winter too much to have to deal with at once. It just might work. We might
Yeah.
I mean, we
Versus
might get.
If we try to salvage Alfred now, we might be sending a signal to the long winter far ahead of when our plan actually takes effect.
Exactly.
What if we try to do this and Alfred goes nuclear? Remember how Alfred can go nuclear? I think we have a better chance of containing and controlling in an environment where we aren't trying to absolutely do everything at the same time and have so many different ways to die that we need to add nuclear explosion to the mix.
Can I ask you a question, Sleepwell?
Oh, please.
When is that not the situation when we're dealing with Alfred?
It's not the situation when Alfred is in control, and that's what we're trying to do. But at the moment that we absolutely need him the most, we're going to engage in the most dangerous activity possible. This is just so extremely risky. I don't even understand. Aramis, you're the one who's always trying to level down our risk, and now you're advocating for the most harebrained scheme possible.
It's not harebrained when you think about the situation that we're currently facing. You activate Alfred outside of this chaos. It's clear that the long winter is going to find us before we even get to Stormwatch.
It's clear? That's not clear. That's completely unknown.
It's clear to me because guess what's going to happen? Alfred's going to get activated. That signal's going to broadcast and go out long enough for the long winter to figure out that we're on Pelseros.
You don't know that. We haven't discussed anything about that yet.
Sleepwell, part of that is an unknown. In fact, the long winter and me kind of said the same thing, but regardless of that, when the long winter expends energy outside of defending itself from the attacks of the counterpart, then the attacks of the counterpart become stronger and it starts to break through the wall a bit more. So, yes, by salvaging Alfred, the moment that we do that, there is going to be a heightened chance of being found.
Look, being a clear target in the middle of an open field in broad daylight is what we're going to be if we do it before we go to the chaotic situation that is going to be Stormwatch.
I think there's a better option. I think there are other ways we can try to obscure this system, and there are better ways of protecting Alfred. Let me also remind you that we're not just using Alfred as a frickin' key. We are using Alfred in ways that we would not be using a sentient being in other situations. Like, it doesn't matter. All of this discussion doesn't matter if we actually start thinking of Alfred as a person we need to consider as a person. We wouldn't put a person like this in harm's way like this.
Petra, what do you think?
I think this is the thing, Sleepwell. I agree with you. Alfred is a person. But the thing that we worry about is that he's a person who's had some of his actions already taken away from him. that he's been programmed, and so can we trust him? I mean, do we know? That's the thing that stops me. That's the thing that stops me every time.
It stops me too. No, I agree with that completely. But the idea of activating him at the moment that we need him most in an uncontrolled situation puts him in more danger, puts us in more danger. It just seems completely ludicrous to me. Why don't we try to find a good star that can shield us, with a strong magnetic field, and divert, any chance of any signal getting out anywhere, and do that. Let's fly somewhere. Let's think about this. Let's find a better solution than, basically betting it all on snake eyes.
But here's the other part, which is that we're at the heart of very big things. We're at the heart of things that could bring everything to an end. Do we have enough time to do anything but roll the dice?
We don't kill people. We don't
We have.
we don't kill people. And he just sort of like turns to Kaz and says, like, we defend ourselves, but we don't murder and assassinate, and we don't use people in order to make our lives easier, or because the individuals don't matter. We protect life, right?
What about sacrificing one life to save many?
Not my job. Unless it's my own, I am sacrificing no one.
All right.
Well, the big outlier here is I need to go back in and
Hold on.
ask what?
I've got one more harebrained idea that might affect your going back inside or not. It's, I mean, Aramis looks from Kaz and Sleepwell, and he sort of gestures over to Petra for just a second. And he seems speechless, trying to start and stop. And then he just kind of blurts it out, and he says, maybe what we need to do is we need to go visit a crucible. I mean...
And Rona is kind of like, what?
Look, I mean, just hear me out for a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to be crazy Aramis for just a second, Sleepwell. So,
Just a second, he says, and just take a big drink.
Look, you know what, kid? Just hold your horses for just a second. Cause I don't know. Petra, I don't remember if you have ever talked to me about what you remember about your experiences potentially at a crucible. Do you remember your birth in this form? I mean, I don't know. Look, I don't remember most of that experience except just glimmers and images that just come by dreams mostly, not the nightmares. The occasion that I have a dream, I get an image. But what I understand based on what we Ashenforge call legend is that anything is possible at a crucible. And I mean anything. Saving lives, taking lives, creating lives. I mean, the discovery of the crucibles are why we have, and Aramis activates a little bit of Esper energy. Why we have this, according to legend. And that's just not Ashenforge legend. That's known in the Silurian Arc. That's what stories are told. anything's possible there. So maybe we need to go to a place where anything is possible in order to
I
help
think
Alfred.
this is absolutely insane, and you are totally right.
And Rona says, wait a minute. You want to go to a crucible and what, be reborn there? Take a portal, take a trip, throw Alfred into the middle of it? What is your plan?
Have you guys ever seen the movie, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade?
And she kind of is like,
No, yeah, big no.
What are you?
All right. Do you any of you?
I thought you stopped drinking, Aramis. And she's kind of like,
Does anybody know the legend of King Arthur? Come on, this is basic stuff. This is basic folklore that comes from Terra.
maybe.
No.
All right. It's weird. It's complicated. Some of it can be religious, but there's this concept of this cup. This cup that embodied the power of a being who was, believed to be amazing. And this cup, just taking a sip from this cup, could heal you and give you everlasting life. The legends of the crucibles and what you can do there would be like finding this cup, finding this grail.
But is it legend or is it science? Like, can we read about what happens in crucibles?
The only way to get to crucibles, Sorium has been harvested from crucibles for a long time, but it's got the highest possible security. No one's allowed to talk about the details. Most people don't see any Sorium except when it arrives planetside. The people who are actually in the crucibles, the security is off the charts, and they say that the people who start mining it, they never come out the same, and half of the time they use robots, drones, androids. A living creature to go to the crucible, somehow break through security, go to the heart of it, and then what?
I'm not even saying we have to go to the heart of it. We just have to get on one to figure out what we can do. But all of reality is shaped there in a variety of ways. You're absolutely right. That's what the legends tell us. So maybe we can shape something into reality through science. And let me be clear about this, Sleep Well. Just because I can do this, and you see like a flourish of Esper sort of power light up, doesn't mean I don't understand that this is also science. But this used to be the stuff of legend before we understood it.
Well, sure. Anything seems like magic until you understand the science behind it. Fine, but like, I still don't I don't. What do we do? I don't even understand what we're doing there. What are we doing?
We're going to shape something that's going to protect us and Alfred long enough to be able to extract the long winter.
Shape it. So we're gonna forge?
We're gonna do something, make it, shape it, forge it, magic it out of nothing. I'm gonna pull it out of my butt. I don't know. Look, it's a crazy idea. Like I said, that's why I said, Kaz, hold on a second. I've got a crazy idea.
Oh, you're right. You have a crazy idea.
Look, you want to start talking about unknowns. You want to pull Alfred out, and you want to find a place to be able to do something to him without the long winter finding out. This is as good a place as any. It's got high security. It's going to be really hard for anybody to get close. We just have to get inside long enough to be able to do whatever we need to do and then get out of there.
And here, now, Sleeple starts to nod. It's like, now that makes sense. We don't get a lot of information from crucibles. They have to have a way of shielding. If nothing else, we could just sort of like park there.
That's right.
And Rona sort of looks over you and is like, you agree with him?
I agree that if we go there and we can get in there, we can shield ourselves in a way that we may not be able to shield ourselves in any other way.
We could also burn to a crisp, couldn't we?
Well, we don't. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. To me, it seems like buying tools worth 5 million cubal to change a tire. Like, I don't think the risk is worth the reward here for that. I am fascinated by the idea of going to a crucible, but I don't think the purpose for us to go there should be blocking the long winter from finding us just a little inch more. Because that's what the being inside me made it sound like. It didn't make it sound like we would get immediately attacked and killed by the long winter the moment that we break into Alfred and try to fix it. It would just, get a little closer. I don't know. I'd love to go to a crucible, but it seems like somewhat adjacent to the saying of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know.
Do Bellari have that?
Don't even ask.
All right.
A lot of this is stringent on information and I wish you guys could have been there. The amount of vagueness that Winter communicates with. He's feeding pigeons, and some of the pigeons are copies of another pigeon, and then at one point I mentioned something and he freezes and the reality shifts. I don't know. He's talking about if when I meet his other half, if I would like his other half more than him. I do not recommend having a being living in you. Not fun. But yeah, I can get more specific. I asked him about the Faraday cage thing, and he said that we're kind of what he explained is, regardless of if that was possible, the moment that he has to divest energy from defending himself to helping Alfred, therefore leaves him in a more weakened state anyway. So it may not necessarily be about broadcasting our location. It will just be about the hole in the wall that's blocking the antagonistic Long Winter from finding us has a bunch of holes in it, and if my Long Winter steps away, then that wall could be broken open. But I don't know. This crucible idea, I think we're kind of blowing the worst case scenario for all this stuff. Like, oh, if we access Alfred at Stormwatch, he's going to explode. We don't know that. In fact, we've had Alfred up to this point. We've had 2 Alfreds, and neither of them have exploded. I don't know. And if there's a being that I would trust to help Alfred, even perhaps more than Sleepwell, it would be a very advanced AI, benevolent AI like the Long Winter. I don't know.
You make a compelling case.
Thanks.
To be honest, I am less about what action we commit than about us committing to something. Because we have to do something. And I think it will be possible for us to stand around and talk for quite some time. I think something that involves action is a little bit better than trying to hedge our bets. That's my opinion. And I don't think we can trust Alfred at the moment. I don't think Alfred is at a point. I think that maybe bringing him in contact with the Long Winter might bring him to a point where he could make an informed decision of the kind that we want him to. Yeah? Sleepwell, what do you think of that?
I don't think that would work at all. We turned him off because he was in contact with the Long Winter. That was literally the point of turning him off. What I don't understand is, like, if the point is to reunite the halves of the Long Winter at some point, wouldn't the being in you right now, Kaz, be eager to see what this smaller version of a complete long winter looked like. Like, wouldn't he be able to use that to strengthen himself? Almost like food. Almost like he would be able to see that code and be able to strengthen himself and make himself more aware of what he was facing.
That sounds sound to me, but he didn't seem to express that desire. When I asked him something along those lines, he said that this wouldn't be worth it because this is not the source. And we need to find the source to do anything. But I don't know, that makes sense to me. I don't know how this code works.
Look, the bottom line is, if Kaz were the one who was turned off right now because he was invaded by the long winter in a way that compromised him, we wouldn't be talking about using him as a key, even though he might possibly explode. We would honor his life. We have to honor life, or else we're as bad as any shadow technocracy that's out there. Look, you said there was another Alfred out there. Why don't we go get that one?
We could. Why are you seem convinced though that the moment we turn Alfred on, that the long winter in me will fail immediately, and that the only result is that Alfred will explode and die.
It's not that it's the only result, it's just that there's a risk of complete catastrophic results. So in engineering, there is a risk assessment algorithm that works basically that if there is a small risk of a complete failure, you treat that as a higher priority than, say, minor successes or minor failures that are more likely. It's just that the algorithm requires you to take the biggest risks the most seriously.
Well, I think either way, I still have to go back in and ask and determine the exact details of how it would work. And then from there,
At this
we
point,
can figure it out.
the bartender at this point returns, kind of, nods to all of you from the room. You notice that the Volna that was near the door has now departed, and so it's just the 5 of you in the bar. And Rona sort of leans back and says, "Well, I'll go with whatever you decide. I think we have a bunch of all bad ideas. We just have to find the least bad one."
I think we should head to in the time it takes to get in contact with your friend Rona, I can try to go back in and get some questions answered.
And she nods. She says, "All right, I'll see what I can do about reaching out to him, and then you can decide." And when you've had the chance to do that, and then you hear, "Oh, well, I didn't know if I was going to find you here or not, but it's good." And as you're all sort of turning around with your faces in various states of, like, uncertainty and, like, thoughtfulness and frustration or whatever, including Rona, he says, "All right, good news. I think I've been able to contact who I need to. We should be fine for..." And then he stops as he catches sight of everyone. He says, "Well, what in the galaxy is wrong with all of you?" And that, I think, is where we will bring the session here to a close. Very good stuff. I mean, I will admit that, like, this kind of thing is absolutely my jam. I love the planning stuff, the discussions, and the RP, and the craziness. Like, the Crucible thing, I'm like, what the it's like you've seen the Twitter meme with, like, the dude with the super crazy blonde hair being like, what the fuck? Like, that was exactly the thing. I'm like, what the hell? And actually, I don't know if you folks saw this. I'm going to say this even though technically it's not them thinking about it, but Arudinel said that Winter told me to know the energy. What if they were near a Sorium core? Would he have the energy to protect Alfred then? And I was like, ooh.
Actually, what was one of the arguments I was going to actually bring up. So
Yeah, I mean, it was. I really love it.
That's
So
funny.
the only
It's like-
thing, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Zach.
It's like Greg's looking at our Esper Genesis script, and then as soon as Johnny brings that up, he's like, "Okay, just."
Well, no, I was already. Remember, I was already. What's funny about this is that I was already completely off script anyway. Beyond that, like I was
Yeah,
just sort of
yeah,
going
yeah.
with whatever you guys decided. But what was funny about it was we were all sort of like, all right, we're going to go in a different direction, and then you're like, you know what? We need to think about the big bad thing, and I'm like, all right. So I'm starting to like imagine how we're going back in. Then you're like, but here's the way that might be managed. I'm like. So I was just at that point. I'm like, however, I will follow you through the galaxy wherever you go. But I'll roll with it. It was great to see. The only thing I'm sorry about, and I know for chat, sometimes we have a lot of combat and sometimes not so much. As you folks know, that's the way all these campaigns go. I did feel bad that we didn't get too much going on with Petra, but a lot of that was just because there was so much great RP going with everyone else, and I didn't. I was just like, you know what, we will go and do our thing. But Petra will get her chance for hammer swings. There's no doubt about that coming very soon. I will start as per usual with the gentleman on the right side of the screen. Zach, as always, I really love the role-playing sequences with Kaz and Winter. Mostly just because I love the visual image of the Bellare, just the full Starboy, the suit, whatever, just sitting in noir detective stations and lakes and things. I love the image of you sort of trying to sort all of that out, and that was enjoyable. Plus, all you and everybody else was really thinking thoughtfully about how to come up with the right idea for all this. That was a lot of fun. How'd you feel about today? And as always, where will the lovely folks find you next?
Esper Genesis.
Esper Genesis. It's always something new.
Our continual soap opera in the stars. I enjoyed today's session thoroughly. We continue to develop more from our interactions with each other, so we'll see. I think we're by the end of the campaign, we will be a perfect union, a perfect team. After many sessions of conversation. But yeah, no, I enjoyed today's session thoroughly. Excited about hitting level 10 next session, obviously. But other than that, people can find me on my own channel. This Sunday night is my community's community night, and from there I'll also be streaming on my own channel. I'm also going to be, I'm very excited about this, a part of another sci-fi RPG campaign coming up soon on the channel Unmade Gaming, and that is going to be a Cyberpunk Red campaign. Cyberpunk Red is the
Nice.
Cyberpunk RPG that just came out, and I'm there with Mike from Unmade Gaming, and the Wandering GM is our GM, and some wonderful players that are playing along.
Super cool.
And we've made some very interesting characters. So that starts on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, I believe, or 8 p.m. Eastern. So that will be happening, and I'm super excited about it, getting my sci-fi up at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, people can find me here, of course, on Esper Genesis and our vocalists, and in your hearts.
Thanks, Zach. Always a pleasure. Good
Yep.
stuff tonight. Also, great stuff as always from Carlos with Sleep Well. And again, I continue to be amused not only at the usual banter with Aramis is always great, but I also continue to be amused at the sort of Sleep Well really playing out the I'm trying to be practical here, and this just seems ludicrous, and thinking about those things, there's definitely an evolution, and it still involves Sleepwell's sort of self-confidence showing through, but it's also based upon a kind of different mode, which is he really wants to keep people alive too. And although I had to say, every time you did this sort of as a licensed field medic, and I wanted to be like ding ding ding, every time, trademark. That was cracking me up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a lot of good stuff coming as usual with Sleepwell's suggestions about, and one of the things I love about this too. Let me just quickly say, as a global thing, is that no one's wrong. I mean, everyone basically is on the right track in terms of what seems logical. Like all of this, if I'm sitting at that bar, I'm like, yeah, like even Rona basically was like, yeah, this is probably really dumb, which is the least dumb idea, ultimately. And so anyway, I enjoyed watching that and played out with everybody, and Sleepwell did a lot of that too. So good stuff as always. Carlos, how'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks see you next?
What was funny is, especially like towards the end, I was trying to find a way to stay in character and agree in some way. So
Yeah.
like, because I was feeling like the urge to move the plot like in a certain way.
Right.
But like character-wise, I was just like, he would never agree to this. First, like because A, Aramis, whatever he's offering, but B, it just didn't seem like he could compromise on Alfred. Like I couldn't see a way for him to do that and still be the same Catman.
Well, he did break you a little bit with the Crucible, right? Like he brought that up, and you're like, "You're right.
Well,
that is crazy and a great idea." You're like, "It's so ridiculous that
Well, and again, he was trying to find the way. It's like, well, if there's high security, obviously those Crucible people know how to keep people out. They know how to keep their information in. Like I was trying to find a way, but character-wise, I couldn't quite swing it. So
it was funny.
Yeah. Anyway, great fun. I can't wait to see what we decide.
Me too.
Like I can't wait to see like which bad idea we go with.
I look forward to prepping 6 potential options and then throw them all out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
So on January 13th, I'm going to be on the Blue Willow Books channel to help Sarwat Chadha bring in his Rick Riordan Presents book. So, like a lot of people like Rick Riordan himself and Roshni Chachi, we're going to be, bringing up all sorts of good stuff. And the new book is Mesopotamian mythology. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'll be doing that on January 13th. I think it's 5 p.m. Eastern time. Other than that, I think you'll see me here again after that. So, I'll be doing some book stuff, but I'll be here.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Carlos. And again, thank you for the dice too. I appreciate it. And for the awesomeness throughout the year. Thanks, Carlos. Always appreciated. Also appreciate having Kat here. And again, as I told Kat privately, I was sorry that Petra did not get as much focus this time, just because we were like off in like Neverland, including like Kaz's interaction, John Wick data lore moments in the Matrix with Morpheus or whatever the hell, and then obviously Aramis and Sleepwell talking as well. So we didn't get much of a chance either for hammer flying. Thank you, Foxy by Proxy. Save this to the end. Been loving it. Oh, I'm glad, Foxy. Thank you very much. I'm grateful, and that's a tribute to the players doing a wonderful job. So thank you very much. Thank you for the resub. But yeah, Kat. So didn't get as much chance for that or the AI stuff, but. It was you were still very engaged with it. And when they asked you about stuff, you were like, this is what I think. What are we going to do? Like, let's do something and that wasn't like annoyed at anyone. It's just like, we gotta go somewhere, people. And
guys. Yeah. And honestly, it's been such a weird week that I was quite content to sit back and watch the excellent role playing of my delightful peers, because they're always entertaining. I'm really curious to see what we do and how we resolve this. This is always a fun game, and these characters have just gotten more and more fascinating. And it is a kind of little found family that is sort of exasperated with each other at times, but also deeply committed to each other.
Yeah.
Where will you find me? I am online all the time, it feels like, but particularly if you're interested in the Rambo Academy for Wayward Writers, bunch of classes happening tomorrow. I'm sticking the link. One of the classes I'm teaching tomorrow afternoon, in fact, is all the punks, where I talk about cyberpunk and steampunk and solar punk and diesel punk and splatter punk and
silk punk. Do we get some
what?
silk punk?
Silk Punk. I do mention Silk Punk.
Nice,
Yes,
nice.
and have a section on that. So yeah, lots of stuff. It's a fun class to teach. So check out the classes if you're interested. Um, and that's, I think, where I am for the next few weeks. Aside from, we're playing again towards the end of the month, aren't we?
Yeah, it's correct. I think we actually have it scheduled for, I believe, the 29th, he said, questioningly. I don't remember if it's the 22nd or the 29th, but that we've got it going on. But yes.
It was the 29th.
The 29th, yeah. So we will definitely be back before the end of the month. So that will be great. But always a pleasure, Kat. Thank you very much. And, I look forward to much more with Petra. I just have this image at some point of Petra being like, all of you, like, outside some glowing center of what the Crucibles are, and just being like, Captain America at the end of with the Winter Soldier. All right, just hit it. Just do it. Just destroy it. But no, just blow it up. Like, I just have this image of you there with the hammer, and, we'll see how that all goes. But it was great. So thank you as always, Kat. And thank you as well as always, to Johnny for, originally I had thought that a lot of this was going to be about sort of the final stages and set up for you maybe to be heading off to deal with the Batera. And then it went in a very different direction, which is cool. Like, the whole idea was to throw a bunch of options out and see where people wanted to go. And we went in this direction instead. And then that was just interesting to watch it happening. And the Crucible thing was so out of left field. And I mean, still great, don't get me wrong, but so out of left field that it was a lot of fun to sort of see you basically attempt to out crazy Sleepwell in such a way that Sleepwell was like, that's just nuts enough to work, and so I was enjoying all of that kind of happening. And again, it's not wrong. It sounds crazy, but it's not wrong. So how'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, today was great. I the last session actually caught me kind of off guard coming in first thing this session, because I had completely forgotten about what we had done. I had forgotten that we were supposed to be going off on some crazy adventure that Aramis had thought up for us. So that was entertaining to come back to right in the middle of the recap. The whole Crucible thing was in part to find some crazy way for us to kind of like come around to a consensus. If the most crazy idea can get suggested, maybe we'll actually figure out something that's a little bit more sane, and it worked because we're not doing that. But yeah, the clear, cool logic of Cause, the avid vocal support of Petra, and then of course the sort of tug of war relationship with Sweetball was incredibly fun today. So thank you all of you for that. And then Greg, also thank you for what is ending up to be a really strange sort of like crossroads for the characters all around. I mean, we're in a place where the future is in front of us, and yet it seems like we only have one clear option to take. So good times on that. Fine folks will see me here at the end of the month with everybody else. Plans are still in place, although the dates are moving back for me coming back to streaming. Have more details on that soon, and otherwise I will see you guys at the end of the month.
Good stuff. Thank you as always, Johnny. And yes, as always, as I mentioned to them, it was great to be back with them. I believe that this is the first group of the new year that I'm playing with, because I have D&D with GOG, and I have my Infinity Beyond folks later and all that. So you folks are the first of the new year, and it was, as always, a great one to lead off with. I have a huge fan of this group, and I there's nothing more enjoyable than doing some kind of a Mass Effect, Star Trek kind of with a dash of punk thrown in, sort of crossover for me to watch these folks go through that. And so it's been a lot of fun doing it. And I do wonder about the fact that no one has any idea what's going to happen next. Like, someone has to know, right? Like, we're all like, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't wait. As if I somehow know. But we will all figure it out together. And that's what is exciting about really collaborative storytelling like this. I look forward to seeing how it happens in a few weeks. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players, as always? Johnny, Kat, Carlos, and Zach. Wonderful play, everybody. Thank you so much, and we will see you here. I'll see Zach for the air vocalist before that, but everyone else I will see in a few weeks for Esper Genesis at the end of the month.
And thank you, Greg.
Always my pleasure.
Thank you,
And fear not, you underpowered level 8s. You'll be hitting level 9 soon. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Bye for now, all.
Take care.
Bye.
And that's it. There was just like, can we have more? We're like level. I'm like, you're fine. You're level 8. Level 8. Do you know what level 8 is? You know how much, my father would have dreamed of being level 8. We used to have to be level 7 with tongue every day. Oh man, I always think of the Monty Python for that. But no, seriously, that was great. And they are going to be leveling soon. The time is coming. That will definitely occur. But I am very excited to be back into this campaign and to be playing it again. It's going to be awesome. Won't be able to reach Roderick's damage output. I don't know, man. It depends. Laser guns can kind of accelerate that way. So that is going to do it for this session tonight. And I do again want to give a shout out to the amazing people at Alligator Alley who produced this. This is now available as well on Roll20, which I think means we're going to have character sheets coming over there, which is great. And they produced Esper Crucible Core and the whole 9 yards. So very exciting to be able to continue to be the flagship streaming version of this game for them. This campaign that we're playing, the overall campaign, which is called Shadow of the Zephyr, although there's lots of little sidelines and eddies and flows and side pools and things like that I've done, which have brought us in different directions. But it's been great to play it, and I'm excited to have more. So leveling what buildings? Yeah, that's exactly. Level 9 buildings. Anyway, but you will see more of them in a few weeks. But now it is going to be time for us to shift back over the next couple of weeks anyway, back into the fantasy realm, which will begin with our stream later on Saturday. And I will check that out. Wait, what? An official D&D Middle Earth session. See, that's weird though, because they've got That's good. That's good. You got me. You, sir. That's great. You, sir, you will pay. You will pay the ultimate penalty. I don't know what that penalty is. I love to, Mr. Courageous. Don't click while on stream. It makes it far funnier. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, that is actually hysterical. Because I was like, what? But there's a company already has that licensing. What are you just like? Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Well, I have officially been rickrolled, and I accept that. It was very funny, and I am happy to be rickrolled right out of Middle Earth setting from WotC, which I don't know why I would have thought that would have not happened, but that was what's going to happen. Anyway, that was very funny. But this is going to be great. So tomorrow we go back into fantasy later today. It's funny. I literally clicked on it and I'm like, you see the first part of the video too. So you see him doing this thing. I'm like, are you kidding me? Anyway, I do. I need to send that. To the AME folks. That is going to be really funny. So, but later on Saturday, we have got more coming to you sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern. I will start with the next session of Inkle's Sorcery 3, The Seven Serpents. That was a blast when we played this last week, and we're going to get a chance to play it a few more times this month. And so now is the time to jump on board if you are interested. It's where chat makes the decisions. It is based on the greatest game book series of all time, the Sorcery series, written by Steve Jackson of Games Workshop originally. It's amazing and brilliant and awesome. So we had a lot of fun doing that because you get to actually make the decisions that get made within that. So that's going to be great. No, it was amazing. I'm not in the least upset. That was hilarious. I was just kind of like, what the again, that dude again with the blonde hair, just like, it was great. But so you will have a chance to see and be part of more of Inkle's Sorcery. Then we've got Emberwind coming up on Monday. And then on Tuesday, we go into Adventures of Middle-earth, the actual Adventures of Middle-earth, not Rickrolling, the actual Adventures of Middle-earth. And we will be doing that starting Tuesday at noon Eastern with the crew, with the Fellowship. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will be wrapping up Vaporum Lockdown. I shouldn't say that. We probably won't be wrapping it up. I'd like to think we are, but probably not. We probably have a couple more sessions left on it, but we'll be playing another session of Vaporum Lockdown. And then we have, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've got the Shadow Crew on Wednesday. Yes, I think so. You sent me a question on Rickroll in Discord. Total coincidence. Oh, I'm 100% going to hit the crew with that. Yeah. No, absolutely. That would be great. Oh, man. But I think the Shadow Crew's back on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see those folks back. Awesome. So the Shadow Crew will be back with Dragon of Icespire Peak at 9 p.m. Eastern. That is, of course, as everyone should know, involves 4 people that are here already. Rock God, Echo Alpha X5, Trifity Mats, and of course, Shadowed Mage is your DM. And then Hoodie also joins us, No Quarter TV. And they will be back playing that on Wednesday, the 1st of the year 2021. Thursday, we will be off. And then Friday, we have got more of, what do I have going on Friday? Yeah, hang in there, man. It'll be great. Hopefully you will be, though, because definitely they need Roderick's damage for one thing. And then Friday the 15th, we will have more of Sorcery 13, the Seven Serpents. And on Saturday the 16th, so a week from today now, but a week from tomorrow's stream, we will have the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha. So the high-level campaign of the Tyranny of Dragons people, that is going to be happening next, and that's going to be awesome. So it's going to be exciting. So we got a busy week coming up here. We've got Emberwind. So we'll be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. We will actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will be live 7 out of 8 days. No more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we will be actually live 8 out of 9 days starting on Monday the 11th. We will be live and have content on this channel. We'll have a break on Thursday the 14th, a break on the 20th. We'll have another break on Thursday the 28th, but we're basically going to be live a lot. So that's super cool. I'm really excited about that. In fact, I'm curious. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we have 22 days left in the month, and we will be live. We will be live 18 out of 22 days in the rest of the month. That is content that I like, people, and it's good content too. So I'm very excited about that. So, but it starts with Inkle Sorceries. That's going to be happening as well. And yes, Coven Guy is going to be playing Ryuvi. It's going to be good stuff. So, yeah, I'm excited to do it. And a big part of it is having people like Soundclash the Clampdown, having people like the amazing people with Speculate and with Blades in the Dark crew, the amazing people with Emberwind, and of course the amazing people with Community D&D and the Shadow Crew, none of whom are me, and of course Sod, who does the Grumbler's Guide every other week as well. So all of those people are not me, and it's great. So very exciting. I'm happy to have it there. So let's see. I need my Drow Bro back. Yeah, he's gonna be back. He's gonna be back. So it's gonna be awesome. But that is going to do it for me for this evening, though. And so, again, I always want to thank our Alligator Alley sponsors for being awesome, and I want to thank all of you. We are going to do a raid. Oh, you've been there all time, but quietly? Okay. And the raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. And then we've got Arvany Roar in there. We've also got Arvany Hype. We've also got, you could throw a bunch others in there, Arvany Smug, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, Arvany Love, all of that stuff can be done, and that's very much appreciated. It's good for the channel that we raid, and it's good for you. And as far as the channel that we are raiding, let me take a look and see who we've got. Who have we got? We've got that, we've got this, we've got that. I think we are going to go there. Yeah, okay. I know who we're going to raid. So, and yeah, when you are brought over automatically, we will raid from there too. Don't forget your Discord question. Let me see. The answer to that question is maybe. It's early, Dragon. I actually sent Dragonspear something for Dragonspear's birthday. And this is after years of Dragonspear being way too kind and sending me way too much stuff all the time. And so I have finally had a chance to slightly one step. I mean, it's like 50 steps one direction and one step the other. But I finally had the chance to do something in return. And I'm rather proud of myself for this particular thing which I sent. And you are welcome to open it now or wait until your birthday to open it, Dragon Spear, because I know your birthday is not till the end of the month. But you are welcome to open it now or open it later. But I am most pleased. I was very proud of myself for this particular choice. And you can either tell people about, if you decide to open it, you can tell people about it or not, as you wish. So that's the deal. But yes. So, but otherwise, if you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube, the !ArvTube, Discord, the !ArvCord, Twitter, the !ArvTweets. Website is arvanellaRun.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the Patreon, which really helps. Sorry, that's not the Patreon. ArvShop is the merchandise area with Infinity and Beyond material and soon to be Adventure to Middle-earth material, and soon-to-be Esper Genesis material. !Arvtreon is the Patreon. Open right now, right in the middle. Well, yeah, exactly. There you go. Could be something like that. That's a good way to look at it, Runo. Yeah. So we've got that going on. !Arvtreon is the Patreon. Again, good stuff for you and good stuff for the channel. If you can support the channel there, that is always appreciated. !Arvtreon for that, and the sub button, of course, which allows you to subscribe to the channel, as Foxy by Proxy was able to do, which was very nice of them, and which Nonstop was able to do at the beginning, which was very nice of them. Anyone who was able to jump on board and support us, we are very much appreciative of, and thank you, because you get also custom sub badges and emotes and inspirations for the players, just like you do the Patreon, so that really helps as well. And of course, it supports the channel to do things like this, which allows us to do things like, what has happened to, which allows us to do things like our light panel. Makes a difference if the entire face is lit, especially if it's overexposed. This is what it's going to be like in the Crucible. That was a real world experience of the Crucible. That's how that's going to work. Anyway, so yes, so the Patreon is very helpful and the sub button is very helpful. So thank you for those. On the publishing side, !Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for tales and tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and we're all lit. Exactly right. Like IABs. Yeah, well, I have to think about how to do it, though. See, the thing is, Echo, we have to be careful with that because there are licensing things that would come in. As it is right now, all it really shows is just pictures which Terry has drawn of characters that they created. So it's very far from being anything which is a copyright violation of any sort. You know what I mean? So we have to be careful about that. The Esper Genesis thing, I can get in, like, or for example, Infinity and Beyond, like Kilobyte created that logo. He made that logo. So for him, there was no copyright issue. And there's no copyright issue with these because obviously the Alligator Alley guys have given me permission. But the Adventure to Middle-earth stuff is not something which can be explicitly branded as AME. So it's got to be a little more careful about how we do it. So that's the reason for that. Anyway, from benevolent virus to literal deity. But you know what you realize you're also doing is you're setting us up for the Star Trek V plot, Arudinel. Just remember that. Why would you be a god if you did this? Anyway, but so, yeah, so that's the deal with that. So library, and then of course, !Grayshade KS, which is the Grayshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching shortly, early February to mid-February, somewhere in there. And I'm very excited to be able to talk more about that. Probably sometime next week, I'm going to be starting to talk more about that because that's going to be a big deal for us. So I'm excited about that as we go forward. Last but certainly not least, of course, I want to remind everybody about BLM, Black Lives Matter. Never been more important than right now. If you were here for the opening of the stream and you heard my little comments on this and about what happened a couple of days ago and the double standard and how those folks were treated and how Black Lives Matter was treated, you know how important it is that we assert and affirm Black Lives Matter. So that has a link to many resources, information, educational, and otherwise, which can be of great help. And !Help Now, our World Health Organization suicide prevention page, which is also really important at this time when things can seem rather dark, even though, again, I feel like there is light at the end of the tunnel if we can just hang on and get there. So that is is going to do it for me. I want to thank the lovely people who were here today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Kumagai, Echo Alpha X5. Sorry, I went way too far. Rudinel, Dragonspear, Rockod, Shadowy Mats, Triffity Mats, and Coven Guy. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Rudinel, Dragonspear, Rockod, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, Echo Alpha, Lone Wolf, and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you all so much as always. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Another TT viewer, totally not a bot. Aiden, Cat Rambo, I'll come back to the players. Commander Root, Divinorium, ECAG, Gigafrost, Let's Do This Music, totally not a bot. Mexi, Mogolo, Nuclear Pigeons, Tauntoms, U Christensen, Uncle Elias, VNK, Virgo Praz, Wenchkin, and of course, Zach Clay. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, and a special thanks tonight, as always, to my players, to the awesome and amazing Johnny Pittman, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay. Thank you for being awesome and great and all that kind of good stuff. That's it from me. I will see you lovely folks here tomorrow between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern for Inkle Sorcery 3, The Seven Serpents. This is really a lot of fun. It's a chill stream, but a really good time, so please make sure to stop on by because I always have a good time with those. And otherwise, I will see you lovely folks tomorrow for that. Until then, please stick around for the raid, and I'll catch all you folks soon. Bye for now, everyone. Be good to each other. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.